All the participants must keep all the participants requested to mute themselves.
रेल्वे जात आहे.
इसका क्या है? Those ठीक है. Those who have joined us online, I kindly request everyone to mute their mic. बोलो. Those who have joined us online, I request everyone to mute their mic. Thank you. Those who have joined us online, I request everyone to mute their mic. Hello. Hello. Good morning. All the dignitaries have arrived. The inaugural session will begin shortly. I welcome all the dignitaries on the dais. A very good morning to all. I extend a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries, delegates, research scholars, and dear students to this international conference. Before we start with the day's proceedings, the inaugural ceremony will begin with our university song. I request all to please stand up for our university song.
नित्यं हि विद्याचिन्तनम् नित्यं च विद्यामन्थनम् नित्यं हि विद्यासर्जनम् नित्यं च विद्याजीवनम्
I once again welcome all the dignitaries, resource persons, academicians, research scholars and dear students who have joined us physically and virtually across the globe for this international conference on language and literature, a form of social discourse, organized by Shankarlal Khandelwal College, Akola in collaboration with IQAC. As we know, language and literature reflect and are reflections of the society. They are formal or informal documents of the history, culture, and nature of society they represent. This conference aims to bring language and literature together with other disciplines in creating a better world for humanity. Dear delegates and participants, today we are honored and blessed to have Honorable Shri Gopalji Khandelwal, Secretary, Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Akola, as the President of this inaugural function. We are elated that Honorable Dr. Ashokji Thorat has graced the occasion as the inaugural guest and Honorable Dr. Nivrutti Patil Sir as the chief guest. It is our proud privilege to have Honorable Dr. Rahulji Kamble as the keynote speaker of this session. Along with them accompanying on the desk are Honorable Principal Dr. J.M. Sabu Sir, Convener of the conference Professor Dimple Mapari Madam, Organizing Secretary Avinash Thote Sir. I once again welcome one and all to this inaugural ceremony. To inaugurate this conference, may I request all the dignitaries to please light the lamp. The power of knowledge is in all of us. May Goddess Saraswati illuminate the glow and strive for more knowledge in us forever. Thank you, everyone. Our pilot, Honorable Principal Dr. J.M. Sabu Sir, to deliver the inaugural note.
Welcome note. I pay my salute to Bharat Mata, the chairperson of today's national conference, one-day international conference on language and literature, a form of discourse, the Honorable Secretary of Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Akola, Gopalji Khandelwal, the inaugural guest of this International Conference, Dr. Ashok Thora sir, Honda Director, Institute of Advanced Studies in English, Pune, the keynote speaker, Dr. Rahul Kamre, Department of Indian and World Literature, IPLU, Hyderabad, the head of the department, English, Professor Dimple Mapari, the head of the department, Languages in Science, Dr. Avinash Thote, IQAC coordinator of our college, Rohan Sirsat sir, all the Purushottam Patil sir, who has come long way from Pune here to join we people, Dr. Jagruti Vyas madam, who is going to chair one session in this conference. She has come from Amravati, KL College Amravati. All the professors, delegates, researchers, students, online and in offline mode, and media persons. All of us know that when we arrange such conferences, it has some aims and objectives. The very title of this international conference speaks about the whole humanity. You know, language and literature, a form of social discourse. This is a very wide subject. It covers the whole humanity. All of us know, being the human being, that language is a part and parcel of our social growth. And what the literature does, that literature nothing but reflects the society. Whenever it has been very popularly asked that what is literature? What is the aim of literature? We say that the immediate aim of any literature is to entertain the people. But the ultimate aim of any literature is to reveal the reality. Reality of what? The society, human beings, the people who live on this planet. And through this literature, language and literature, what we do, that we make the discourse. We interact with each other. It is the means to just express our ideas, our emotions, our problems, whatever not in our life, everything is communicated through language and ultimately through literature. What is literature? Literature is nothing but the fine form, a regular form. What we say, whenever we say this is rule, what does a rule means? If something gets repeated continuously after equal interval in the same pattern, it becomes the rule. Like literature. What is the literature? Literature is the refined, what we call reflection of our feelings, our thoughts, our opinion, whatever we lived in the society. And it is universalized. When 1600 years before, when Bhambhatta has made the definition of drama, he well said in Sanskrit, bhava vibhava, vabhichari bhava, samyogat rasa nispattiya. So, how all dormant emotions are there in our heart. But whenever we go through some literature, these emotions, they get the kick and that emotion is created. How that emotion is created? Bhava, with the help of the character. Vibhava, the scenery behind it. He has made the definition of drama. Vabhichari bhava, that is the subordinate emotions which feed the main emotion. So like this, it reflects the society. When a play is going on the stage, Ramayana, Mahabharata, whatever it may be, when the characters perform, they are not original Ram or Sita. But yet, we get universalized with the emotion of those. And ultimately, we get one with them and we enjoy the feeling what they have, the characters have, whether it is what we call joyful emotion or it is a tragic one, whatever it may be. So what happens? Universalization happens. That is the purgation of our emotion. So rightly, I appreciate the effort of not only English department, but the efforts of all our Marathi, Sanskrit departments, those who have chosen such a nice subject and very crisply, very comprehensively they have put it in one sentence, that language and literature, a form of social discourse, but its canvas is very wide. Big people are over here. Ashok Thora sir is here. Mr. Rahul Kamble sir is here. All they will, and all these chairpersons and the people from abroad too, who are going to join we people, particularly that Mohsha madam from Iran, that Wogmo from Bhutan, and so many people. Those it is not possible for them to physically present over here. Now this is the age of digitalization. They are going to join we people online, and all of us will enjoy this conference online and offline mode. So on the behalf of the college, I welcome all the dignitaries, chairpersons, resource persons who are going to join or contribute this conference for the whole day. And I welcome all the delegates, researchers, participants, and I appeal them to make most out of it, this conference. And definitely, as the organizers have said, that it is the mode of social discourse. Definitely here too, it will work like that, and definitely it will throw light on so many problems, psychological, social, economical problems of the society through literature, how these problems are reflected in the society and how the solutions are provided on these problems from the literature. Definitely the light will be put on all these things by the dignitaries on the dais, experts who have been invited over here for this international conference. I wish all the best to this conference. And I feel that definitely this conference will contribute to the aim and objective of this conference, which has been designed by the organizers. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to make discourse here with tune with your subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the welcome note. I request the convener of the conference, Professor Dimple Mapari Madam, to introduce our inaugural session's guest.
A very warm good morning to all of you. Distinguished and doyen dignitaries on the dais, the august confluence of scholars present here, and all those who are joining us through various online platforms. Right from Dickens's, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. To Orwell's, it was a bright cold day in the month of April and the clocks were striking 30. To even Eliot, April is the cruelest month, breeding lilacs out of the dead land. Writers, authors, poets' work have been like the windows for us to time travel back into their time, their space, and their societies. It's like every one of them is a social critic and mankind is incessantly busy in meaning-making activity, underneathing and unearthing layers of meanings and shades of words. This ever-widening and ever-intriguing dimension took us into its sway, and here we are today exploring it through our theme and sub-themes. And for this inaugural ceremony, we are honored to have the President of the inaugural session, Honorable Shri Gopalji Khandelwal, the torch-bearer for all of us, the person who always inspires us to accomplish the vision and the mission, Secretary Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, Akola. We are both proud and privileged to have Honorable Dr. Ashok Thorat Sir, Founder Director, Institute of Advanced Studies in English, Pune, as the inaugural guest. His very PhD topic was Discourse Analysis of 5 Great Indian Novels. A renowned name in English language and literature studies, Honorable Thorat Sir has guided 37 PhD and 44 MPhil students so far. He has taught various courses in English at Pune University for over 40 years. He has authored 14 books and they are prescribed at different universities. Having over 44 research papers published in national and international journals of repute, he has edited and published an anthology titled Rewriting Human Imagination: Experiences During COVID-19 Pandemic. Along with the co-production of 24 CDs on English pronunciation, he has edited 3 books for has delivered 10 talks that UGC is only delivered 91 speeches on various commemorative occasions. Having visited over 40 cities in countries like US, UK, Germany and France for academic purposes, he has participated over 190 national and international conferences. Along with establishing the Institute of Advanced Studies in English as one of the premier institutes in the country today, he is also keenly interested in digital humanities and founded the Center for Digital Humanities way back in the year 2014. Founder of Forum for Cultural Studies and editor of peer-reviewed international journal, he is also the founder member of Digital Humanities Alliance for Research and Teaching Innovation, called as Dharti. Sir has graced many eminent positions in the University of Pune, and recently he has become the chairman of first ever Board of Studies for Digital Humanities. We congratulate you, sir, for that and welcome you. It's our honor today that we are graced and blessed by the distinguished dignitary. We have invited Honorable Patil Sir on the dais, but he has been very humble and he is sitting off the dais. Honorable Patil Sir is also Senior Research Guide in the University of Pune and has guided 14 research scholars and they have awarded PhD degree. He was Board of Studies member for 2 terms and has administrative experience as a Vice Principal as well. He has graced various university positions and bodies in different capacities. His areas of interest are language teaching, linguistics, pragmatics, structural linguistics, and explores the area of novel regarding discourse analysis. Welcome you, sir. Dear dignitaries and delegates, it is the extreme delight to welcome and introduce today's keynote speaker, Honorable Dr. Rahul Kamble, sir. Whenever we here on the campus think of or talk of Kamble sir, one quotation from Plato is always there which reminds us that simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Honorable Kamble sir is Associate Professor of Department of World Literature, English and Foreign Language, University, Hyderabad. Having published over 20 research articles and various research papers in journals and international repute, his work has been published in the form of various book chapters published by international publications. He has co-edited a book titled Approaches to Childhood, Issues and Concerns in Creative Representation, published by Authors Press. 5 PhD scholars have been awarded PhD under his supervision, whereas 8 research scholars are pursuing their work. He has over 22 years of teaching experience and has taught over 23 courses at UG, PG and PhD level at English and Foreign Language University, Hyderabad. His areas of interest are children literature, graphic literature and issues concerning to childhood literature. Accompanying them on the desk, as it has been now known to everyone, the captain of the ship, the person who navigates all the activities on the campus, Honorable Principal and Chief Organizer of this conference, Dr. J.M. Sabu sir, and the extreme left, Honorable Rohan Shirsat sir, our IQAC coordinator. I once again welcome all the dignitaries joining here and online, and welcome all of you for your synergetic interactions throughout the day, and wish you all the very best for your research endeavors. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam, for introducing our most esteemed guest. C.S. Lewis rightly said, literature adds to reality. It does not simply describe it. It enriches the necessary competencies that daily life requires and provides. It irrigates the deserts that our lives have already become, and we couldn't agree more. Let us turn towards the welcoming ceremony. I would like to request Honorable Principal Dr. Sabu sir to kindly welcome Honorable President, Honorable Shri Gopalji Khandelwal.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you, sir. I would like to request Honorable Shri Gopalji Khandelwal to welcome our inaugural guest, Honorable Dr. Ashokji Thorat, sir. Thank you, sir. I request Honorable Principal Sabu sir to welcome our chief guest, Honorable Dr. Nivrutti Patil sir. Thank you, sir. I request the organizing secretary, Dr. Avinash Thote sir, to welcome our keynote speaker, Honorable Dr. Rahul Ji Kamre sir. Thank you very much. I would like to request IQAC coordinator, Professor Rohan Shirsat sir, to kindly welcome our Honorable Principal Sabu sir. Thank you, sir. With proud privilege, I would like to request Honorable Dr. Ashokji Thorat and the dignitaries to unveil the special issue of the journal. Thank you. I request our inaugural guest, Dr. Ashokji Thorat sir, to kindly deliver the inaugural discourse.
president of today's function, Mr. Gopalji Khandelwal, secretary of this institute, Principal Sabu, Dr. Mapari, Dr. Kamre, and friends. It's indeed a great pleasure for me to speak in this august gathering, and that too on a subject which is very close to our heart. The very topic of the conference, language and literature and social discourse, is something that we all need to properly understand and contextualize. Whatever we do in language is nothing but creation of discourse, whether it is oral, whether it is written. So naturally, every articulation, whether day-to-day articulation or literary articulation, all the articulation is nothing but a social practice. You cannot separate language from society, literature from society. Authors don't come from a vacuum. They emerge from a culture. They emerge from a soil. They emerge from a context. And therefore, whatever they articulate displays, manifests, represents the ideology, the relationship, the way people live, their worldview, the rituals, everything that comes under culture gets attached to whatever they articulate. And that is how literature gets its force. Literature is forceful, literature is powerful. But from where does this power come? It comes from culture, it comes from society. And therefore, reading literature itself is a social practice. So my favorite subject of talk is reading literature as a social discourse. There's a difference between text and discourse. Text is dead. It comes alive when you start interacting with it. Reader is not passive. An author is not supreme. If you look at the history of author-reader relationship, let us say from the days of Plato and Socrates, you must have heard that Plato advised the state to banish poets, because according to him, poets have a negative impact on youth, because imagination spoils. That's what he thought. And so he advised the state to banish poets, throw them into the seas. So look at the way people have been looking at author. Later on, Aristotle talked in favor of author. You must have heard the name of Longinus, who gave us theory of sublimity, which professes the idea of treating author with reverence, like a god. Don't question. Whatever he or she says, accept as it is. If an author has written a novel or a play or a poem, enter into that discourse on the terms of the author. That was the idea behind this theory of sublimity. This is what we call reverence theory. Worship author as a god. Don't question. Later on, especially with the turn of the century, that is in the 20th century, thoughts from social sciences, from discourse analysis, from sociolinguistics, all contributed in developing different ways of thinking of literature, like reader response theory, linguistic theory, structuralist approach, practical criticism, new criticism. And then we come across a thought that instead of author, the text has to be central. And as I said earlier, text itself is dead. So what these people did, even stylisticians, They talked of textuality. They talked of different features of text. They talked of structural things that build a text. And that is how the focus shifted from author to text. But a little later, around the middle of the 20th century, with the impact of sociolinguistics and discourse analysis, we started treating reader also as a player in this game called reading. And that is how reader response theory assumed primacy, where reader is considered supreme. And that's why Akola and some people wrote books like Author is Dead. So look at the transitions. And as we proceed, we come to a thinker like Roger Fowler, who says any articulation, whether literary or ordinary, any articulation mediates social ideologies, social relationships, and ways of living. And consequently, every articulation is a social practice. And that's why he says discourse is a way to organize meaning, realize meaning, reorganize meaning, negotiate meaning. And that's why Dr. Mapari used this word in her introduction, meaning making, right? So this is a meaning making exercise. And in this meaning making exercise, author and reader, they play equal roles. Suppose, I'll give you a very simple example. Suppose you're a student who just 22-year-old or 23-year-old reads Hamlet, a play written by Shakespeare. What will be the impact on him or her? I personally feel that at the age of 20 or 22, he is most likely to remember Hamlet-Ophelia relationship. Very natural, right? Love relationship. The hero and heroine, right? But if a teacher, let us say 40-year-old or 50-year-old teacher reads Hamlet, what he will remember? He will remember the conflict. The conflict between Hamlet and his uncle. That will be the dominant thought. If a very senior person of my kind reads Hamlet, what will be the impact of Hamlet on me? To be or not to be? Asawa ka nasawa. Right? Because with growing age, I become more philosophical. So one single text has different functions, different impacts, different messages. What does it mean? This means reader's mind also works on a text. It is not only one directional or unidirectional, that author says something and reaches till the end. No. If the author is a creator par excellence, reader also is a co-creator. If author originates, reader gives a turn according to his own cognitive makeup. This matters a lot. And therefore this interaction between reader and the text brings into focus the idea that text is not dead. Literature is not dead. It's a process of meaning making. And ultimately, it has an impact on somebody's mind. So it becomes action. So from dead, it becomes life. From life, it becomes a process. And from process, it becomes action. And what is action? In philosophical terms, action is nothing but which has an impact. Done something with some intention, which has a desired impact. That is the outcome of an action. So literature becomes action. And that is why we say literature shapes human beings. Literature cultivates human beings. That is the result, right? Result of an action. I'll give you a small example. This is an anonymous poem in English. Very simple poem. Even fifth standard child will understand this. I'll recite it, a word here or there. I am no more Mamata. The first line. I am no more Mamata. I am Radha, I am Gita, I am Sita, I am Yamuna, I am Saraswati, and one more name, okay? This is the first stanza complete. Look how simple it is. I am no more Mamata. I am Radha, Gita, Sita, and so on and so forth. Second stanza. I cook, I wash, I bear, I rear, I starve, and I sag. And I wag, I wag. Finished. Poem is over. First stanza, only names. Radha, Sita, Gita. Second stanza, only actions. I cook, I wash, I bear, I rear, I starve, and I wag my tail. Poem is over. Now, if you read it without applying your mind, you might see no meaning into it. Just a collection of words. The first stanza nouns, second stanza action verbs. But if you read it carefully as a social discourse, you would realize two very dominant things here. Radha, Sita, Gita, Yamuna, Ganga. Who takes these names? Tell me one film star who has these names. I doubt. You have Katrina, Karina, Deepika, and whatnot. But no Radha, Sita, Gita. So who takes these names? Only poor, lower middle class housewives or homemakers. Am I right? Okay? Radha, Sita, Gita, holy names. Only middle class or lower middle class, poor class, sometimes maid servants, their names are Radha, Sita, Gita, etc., etc. And what do they live for? Those actions, institutionalized actions. They cook, either in your house or somebody else's house. They cook, they wash, they bear, they rear, they serve, and they wag. The names and actions match. So this is the plight of a woman. Now why this plight happens? First line now. I am no more Mamata. The word no more is the turning point. What does this mean? No more means before that was something else, and after that there is something else. No more is the breaking point, right? So what is that breaking point? Most probably marriage, right? Before marriage, it was Mamata, affection. Everyone looked at her with affection. But I am no more Mamata, no affection. So who am I? Radha, Gita, Sita, Ganga. And what am I living for? Cooking, washing, wearing, wagging, sulking. So look at the reduction of women after marriage. So the very institution of marriage is being criticized in a very effective manner. And this we the Indians only can understand. Right? Because these names are given to Indian women only. These are the roles associated with Indian lower middle class or poor class women only. And that is why I am no more Mamata. So imagine with just combination of words, how much the poet is achieving, going closer to the society, going closer to the culture, going closer to the woman's status, commenting on her deterioration and so on and so forth. This is how literature works. And that is why when we read literature, we need to plug the gaps. Because every author creates gaps. And an intelligent reader plugs those gaps. And that is how the interpretation matters a lot. And it differs from person to person. I'll give you one more example and then I'll stop because there are some time limits. Listen, Ezekiel is one of the most celebrated poets in English in India, right? He wrote a poem called Pushpa T.S., Goodbye Party to Miss Pushpa T.S., a very famous poem. The poem opens with two lines. Again, simple, 5th standard child can understand this. The first line is, our dear sister is going for foreign. Bad English, right? Our dear sister is going for foreign. You cannot have English sentence like this. Bad English. Does it mean that the poet didn't know English? He was Bombay bred. Excellent English. Actually RP English. How can he make a mistake? So why did he begin his poem with these two lines? Now just analyze every word. Dear sister, I can understand. Sister is always dear, right? But our dear sister, our means the whole village. What does it mean? This happens only in India, okay? Entire village says our sister. Any young girl in a village, Indian village, huh? Any young girl in an Indian village is sister. Any old woman in Indian village is mother. Any middle-aged woman is sister-in-law. Any aged man like me is uncle. This happens only in India. In England, in America, Australia, Canada, it will be either your sister or my sister. There can't be our sister. Okay? So look at the poet now. He's purposefully using the word our sister. This is Indian psyche, Indian culture, Indian ethos, Indian worldview, Indian relationships. It's volumes, one single word, right? So our sister, okay? Our dear sister is not going, it is departing, right? Departing for foreign. Now the word departing is very bad. Departing means dying, right? And this master of English is using departing with dear sister. Okay, departing. And that too for foreign. If you have fever, for example, and go to a doctor, the first thing doctor says is, some foreign virus must have entered your body. So the word foreign is very bad. You know UGC, we call international foreign students, right? UGC issued a circular not to use this word, foreign students, call them international students, 10 years back. And since then every university is using the word international students. Foreign students is not permitted because the word foreign has negative connotations. The word departing has negative connotations. Okay? And the poet is using these words with dear sister. Can you imagine why? Now this poet must have written this poem sometime in the 40s, okay? Maybe a little before or after independence. Now what were these words for Indian users of English? First thing, our English must be very bad, right? And especially in villages, they can't speak very good English. And from where they must have caught these words? I'm sure they mustn't have read English literature, right? Definitely no Shakespeare and Wordsworth. The word departing reached every village through railway timetables. Arrival time, departure time. And all illiterate villagers knew one thing. Arriving means coming. Departing means going. Maybe going to Mumbai, going to Delhi, going to London, whatever. So these two words were very holy for them, right? Arriving and departing. Whether they spoke in Marathi or Hindi or English or whatever language, the word arriving means come, departing means go. So this speaks about the journey of English within the Indian society. something similar with foreign. In those days, the word foreign returned was very powerful. Tomorrow I am going to my village, 5,000 population in Aurangabad district. I am sure at least 10 people will ask me, are you foreign returned? I am sure about it. Every time I go to my village, 10 people ask me, are you foreign returned? And if I say yes, they look at me like a big sadhu. They are ready to touch my feet because I am foreign returned. The word foreign returned has been institutionalized in Indian society in such a way, your delete, emulate has nothing to do with that. Your PhD is nowhere. Foreign returned is a very powerful word. And therefore our dear sister is departing for foreign. This is how literature is to be read. Sir said it has to be enjoyed or entertainment and etc. But I personally feel that literature needs to be treated as social discourse. And every word that you read or listen or speak needs to be connected with society, with this culture. It is just like an iceberg. You know iceberg. Only tip is visible. And the bigger portion is submerged. Right? And from that tip, the captain of the ship has to imagine how big the threat must be. Right? Similarly, when you read a word, establish links of words with context. So words are no autonomous things. Meanings have to be explored from the context. Meanings have to be worked out from the context. And context is nothing but culture. Right? And precisely for this reason, reading literature is nothing but reading it as a social discourse. I am purposely not taking you to Halliday and Firth and Labau and Roger Fowler and Jacob May and who all have given theories of this. But in my own simple terms, I have summarized everyone. And that is why I must pay sincere compliments to Dr. Mahapari and Principal Sabu for selecting this theme. And I personally feel that throughout the day, if everyone discusses literature from this perspective, this conference will have several implications, which would be very valuable and eye-opening for further researchers. Before I end up, let me pay compliments to your management. Sir, I was taking round of your college. Dr. Shri Krishna Kakade showed me your laboratories and everything. And I wonder within 20 years how much you have achieved. I visit several colleges all over the country, even outside India. But within our country, I have not come across more than 5 or 10 colleges which are just 20-year-old, young colleges, and which are so well established, with such an infrastructure, with such a sound faculty. So I think NAAC doesn't need to give you A grade. You will automatically fetch it. Okay? So you all deserve compliments. And I must thank the management for the sense of commitment, social commitment. And in this kind of establishment, talking on literature as social discourse was a great pleasure for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your most valuable guidance and exhilarating words. Words may inspire you, but only action creates the change. Our guiding force, Honorable Shri Gopalji Khandelwal, believes the same philosophy. I would like to request Honorable Shri Gopalji Khandelwal to deliver the presidential address.
आजच्या या कॉन्फरन्समध्ये आमच्यामध्ये उपस्थित असलेले या क्षेत्रातले सगळे मान्यवर स्कॉलर्स, आपण आता डॉक्टर अशोकजी थोरातांना ऐकलाय. प्रत्यक्षपणे उपस्थित असलेले डॉक्टर राहुल कांबळे, डॉक्टर पुरुषोत्तमजी पाटील, अन्य सगळे उपस्थित असलेले अन्य महाविद्यालयातले प्राध्यापक वर्ग आणि ऑनलाईन पद्धतीने जे जुळले असतील असे सगळे मान्यवर. लँग्वेज अँड लिटरेचर ए फॉर्म ऑफ सोशल डिस्कोर्स ह्या विषयावर आयोजित आजच्या दिवसभरच्या चर्चासत्रामध्ये जसं थोरात सरांनी एक्सपेक्ट केलंय की एक चांगला निष्कर्ष याच्यातनं निघेल आणि पुढच्या रिसर्चसाठी एक नवीन ॲव्हेन्यूज ओपन होतील. मी पण आपल्या सगळ्यांना शुभेच्छा देतो की आजची ही कॉन्फरन्स निश्चित आय ओपनिंग असावी, उपयोगी असावी आणि नवीन दिशांना मार्ग दाखवणारी असावी. मी काही एवढा एक्सपर्ट नाही आहे की या विषयावर खूप बोलेल, पण थोडासा अभ्यास करून असं वाटायला लागलं की जसं थोडासा कल्चर आहे भारताला, एक फार मोठी संस्कृती आहे. म्हणजे आपलं सनातन धर्म आपण ज्याला असं म्हणतो की सनातन आहे, वर्षानुवर्ष पिढ्याने पिढ्या आहे, चालत आलेलं आहे, असं एक सुंदर कल्चर भारताला लाभलेलं आहे. त्या काळात संस्कृत भाषा होती आणि संस्कृत भाषेचा जो रिचनेस आहे, जे वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोन आहे, तो त्या काळात त्या वेळी राहणारे जे काही मानव होते ते त्याचा उपयोग करत होते. म्हणून भारतीय संस्कृती ही जगात सगळ्यात रिच संस्कृती आहे. आपले सगळे देवदेवता, आपण सगळे जे आपले ज्यांना आपण आपलं पूजनीय मानतो, ते सगळे असे कोणी असं गरिबीच्या रेषेखाली किंवा असं दिसत नाही, ते सगळे रिच असं दिसत असेल. मग विचार येतो की असं त्यावेळेस का होतं आणि आज का असं आहे. तर असं लक्षात येतं की त्यावेळेसची जी भाषा होती ती फार समृद्ध होती. त्या भाषेमध्ये तो भाव होता, ते विज्ञान होतं ते होतं. आणि डे बाय डे जसं जसं डिटोरिएशन होत गेलं आणि आज जी भाषा इतक्या खालच्या स्तरावर आली, त्याचा परिणाम असा झाला की आजची जी मानवी संस्कृती आहे ती संघर्षात्मक जीवन जगते. त्यांच्या जीवनात समृद्धी नाही, त्यांच्या जीवनामध्ये रिस्पेक्ट नाही, त्यांच्या जीवनामध्ये अनेक अशा गोष्टी आहेत की ज्या आज आपण बघतो आहे. मला वाटतं कुठेतरी भाषेचा परिणाम आहे. शिक्षणाचा उद्देश काय असावा? शिक्षणाचा उद्देश असावा की असे विद्यार्थी पुढच्या काळात घडवावे की जे या देशाला, या समाजाला कुठेतरी पुन्हा समृद्धीकडे नेतील, कुठेतरी भारतीय संस्कृतीचा ते कुठेतरी उपयोग वाढवतील, असा आपली शिक्षणाचा उद्देश असायला हवा. आणि आज नेमकं भाषेला इतकं खालचा स्तर आलेला आहे की बोलत असताना आपण कशा पद्धतीने बोलतो आणि कसं वागतो, कसं आपण आपल्या स्वतःला प्रेझेंट करतो, हे आपल्या अधपतनाला फार मोठं एक कारण असावं असं मला वाटतं. म्हणून मी आव्हान करेन आपल्याला की भारतीय संस्कृतीमध्ये जसं संस्कृतला एक वेगळं रिचनेस होता, तसं आपल्या विद्यार्थ्यांमध्ये भाषा, असं म्हणतात म्हणजे शब्द हा ब्रह्मशब्द असतो. म्हणजे असंही ऐकलं आहे की शब्द हे आपण जे बोलतो हे कधीही ब्रह्मांडातनं वाया जात नाही, ते पुन्हा आपल्याला रिबाउन्स करतात. हे अनेक वेळा आपण अनुभवतो. एखाद्याला आपण कधी काही बोललो तर ते शब्द पुन्हा काहीतरी वर्षांनी आपल्याकडे परत येतात. तर मी असं आपल्या सगळ्यांना आवाहन केलं की आजच्या या कॉन्फरन्समधनं आपण ह्या गोष्टीवरही प्रकाश टाकावा की भाषा ही समृद्धीचं फार मोठं कारण आहे. आणि ही विद्यार्थ्यांना अत्यंत जिकिरीने सांगण्याची आवश्यकता आहे की शब्द हे जपून वापरा, शब्द हे चांगले वापरा, भाषा ही सगळ्यांना कोणाला हर्ट न करणारी असावी, ती सर्व समावेश असावी. हा जर या विद्यार्थ्यांना जर याच्यात जागृत केलं तर भारताला येणाऱ्या काळामध्ये समृद्धीकडे जायला काहीच अडचण येणार नाही. तर शिक्षणाचा हाच उद्देश असावा आणि आजच्या कॉन्फरन्समधनं आपण हा बोध घ्यावा, एवढंच मी यावेळेस.
Thank you very much, sir. Your kind and motivational words always inspire us to take action and create the change. To express gratitude towards all the spectacular people who have helped for the organization of this conference, I invite IQAC coordinator, Professor Rohan Shirsat sir, to propose the vote of thanks of this inaugural session.
Thank you, madam. Good morning to one and all. On the behalf of IQAC and the organizing committee, I deem it a great honor and pleasure to express my vote of thanks on the inaugural session of this one-day international conference on language and literature, a form of social discourse. So first and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the Honorable Chairperson of this inaugural session, Honorable Secretary of Shikshan Prasarak Mandal, respected Shri Gopalji Khandelwal, for his words of wisdom, encouragement, vision and commitment. And as earlier said that, Sir said that, he given us this roof over all our heads. So thank you so much, sir. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Honorable Inaugural Speaker, respected Dr. Ashok Porat sir. Despite his busiest schedule, sir has given his precious time and optimized everything about the basic reality in the society. So thank you so much for to grace the occasion. Thank you, sir. I am also thankful to the Honorable Chief Guest for this inaugural session, respected Dr. Patil sir. Sir, your presence have inspired all of us, sir. I am also thankful to the Honorable Keynote Speaker for this inaugural session, respected Dr. Swapnil Kamble sir. Dr. Rahul Kamble sir, for being with us. So thank you so much, sir. With a deep sense of appreciation to the Honorable Principal of this college, respected Dr. J.M. Sabu sir, for his stewardship and the unstinted support for each and every task, each and every activity which is necessary for the development of the college. So thank you so much, sir. I am also thankful to the organizing committee, the convener, Dr. D.D. Mapari madam, the organizing secretary, Dr. Avinash Choti sir, the treasurer, Ms. Aditi Mankar madam. Special thanks to all the heads of various departments, all the faculty members and all non-teaching staff for their contribution and guidance in all our efforts. Special mention to all the invitees present over here, rather in online or offline mode, and all those good hearts who work really hard behind the screen, especially the technical team who manage everything from one way to other to get this successful event. So once again, I thank you one and all for your attention, and finally, with the permission of chair, this inaugural session is now concluded. I would like to call Ms. Aditi Mankar on the dais.
Thank you so much, sir. The keynote session will begin shortly. Kindly be seated in your seats. Language shapes the way we think and determines what we can think about. Today amongst us, we have a very dynamic and multifaceted personality as our keynote speaker. I would like to request Honorable Dr. Rahulji Kamble sir to deliver his keynote address. थोडंसं I request Honorable Dr. Rahulji Kamble to start his keynote session.
लाईट जास्त नाही होत बसा चालेल पण हा बंद केलं तर बरं आता मी केलं ऍडजस्ट Shall I start? Yes. Okay.
Very good morning to all of you. I am not a public speaker. With love and great affection, people like Professor Sabu pull you in public forums and then you have to do this job. So thank you, Professor Sabu. Honorable Gopalji Khandelwal, Professor J.M. Sabu, the inaugural guest, Professor Thorat sir, the convener, Dr. Mapari madam, I'm sorry, I'm just forgetting names, Avinash Chote sir, Aditi Mankar madam, Rohan Shirsat sir, Patil sir, all my friends. Thank you for organizing the conference. Thank you for inviting me as a keynote speaker. Professor Thorat has already set the tone. He has explained even the premise actually, what is the discourse, how we use language and all. I also would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to my friend Professor Sabu. I mean, I have expressed to him all this, but we should do it publicly as well. Like the first time when I met him, he was a teacher. Then I met him he was an interviewer. Then I joined the college. Then he was my colleague. He became a friend. He became a mentor. Half of my being is his gift to me. So I acknowledge everything to him. And I'm not saying this because I am here or because he has invited me or I am here in front of him. But every day, I begin or I end. There is not a moment when I don't remember him, even now. So there's been a long association, a different relationship. So thank you, sir. Thank you for what you have done all these years. I can't tell how he protected me in my difficult times. So I remember everything. So sincere thanks to him.
I have written, so I'll read. I'm not comfortable, but because I thought, like, I'll forget things and all. And excuse me if I am a little informal also, because that I have decided is this: to communicate, to create, to persuade, discursive dimensions of the forms. I see, I read, I imagine, I think, I accept, I believe, I agree, I disapprove, I like, I emote, I preserve, I form and reform, I argue, I resolve, I talk and communicate, desire to remember and change, and I persuade. I am also assured that this exercise created a pattern and absorbed me in the inter and intra-civilizational modes of discursivity. On one hand, it is an everyday, routine, commonplace exercise that every one of us do, like the great men and women in history did. On the other, it is a miracle. Miracle because it tells me the history of cognitive archaeology in perceiving the whole universe, containing this immensity for lifetime, transforming this immensity in disparate communicable forms, and means without logistical imperatives, express and seek the desired changes in others, human beings or inanimate world around. Do we really sit and think about how this miracle has been happening to us and how we are part of this universal miracle since our birth? Probably we are too convinced by its everydayness, familiarity, and automatism that we do not find its unusualness and functional depth. Let us move on to another layer of this miracle. Human beings have been basically creative. Over centuries, they have shown creativity in evolving the human language by incorporating more substitutes to the nuanced aspects of life, diverse subjects of human interest, temporal and spiritual attractions, spatial and terrestrial curiosities, and so on. The mode in which the substitution or alternatives happen also change the form itself. Rather than merely remaining the vehicle to communicate or present or represent in copious manner, fortunately, coincidentally or accidentally, it began changing the modes of such representations as well as receptions. Human language also was an embodiment of what humans were. I mean, in the early period, these slides I took from Scott McCloud's book when he was talking about how the visual turn in the present day has a history. It's a deep history. Early human beings were doing that. So there was no language. They were representing their life like that. So the mediators, or you go to the next slide also. Like for example, you will see in the next slide how human alphabets actually resemble the human postures. So how language embodied the human beings. I hope you guys are listening there, okay? The mediators of the repositories of such language, such knowledge, brought in their genius, ingenious or naive skills in recording. These records later on assumed the form of stories, and the record keepers inevitably became the storytellers. Once the records became stories, they travel. Stories travel. They travel across societies, generations, lands, times, genres, media. Slowly, they offer themselves to be vehicles of short reflections on how people relate with places and times, and how these relations become part of individual and collective memories. In course of time, so embedded they become with tells and messages, reminiscences, codes, anecdotes, and archetypes that their decoding gives birth to further exciting stories. Earlier, they were part of the folklore, oral in nature, communitarian and mythic in sources, and popular in texts. Later, they became part of the disciplines, and with the modern means and technology and paradigms of disseminations of forms, they became literary, performative, visual, filmic, and now even virtual. Using the language in any form to tell stories was the second miracle. Human beings are basically thirsty and hungry and want more from the resources they have created. Once they become literate, not in the formal sense though, because formal literacy is also problematic. In many ways, that is terribly exclusionary as well as myopic. There is a simple example of folklore, how communities sense their beings, becomings past, present and future, the self and the other, temporal and spatial, earthly and chronological, and put it in remarkable, memorable, referential forms. We began thinking of using these forms of expression among many to think, reason, inquire, to explain, to debate, to find, and in many ways serve the allied purpose of discoursing. Apart from the communication and entertainment the language and literature were doing respectively. Though we distinguish the form and the purpose arbitrarily and conveniently for our purpose, it was never so regulated. In fact, framing the experience in language involved sense-making, ordering, translating, transmediating. Dealing with literature involved imagining, recreating, enthusing, absorbing, emotionalizing, mirroring, rejuvenating, healing, and so on. The list of multiple words I used in the earlier sentences to describe the nature and function of language and literature is to take us to the third aspect I wish to deal with, how they discourse. The gist of definitions of discourse is that it is the study of meanings generated by language. Now here language becomes a broad category which includes all means of communication.
भैया इसका आपको म्यूट से कर दो, म्यूट कर दो.
Now here language becomes a broad category which includes all means of communication as well as forms of presentations. It then blurs the distinction we made between language and literature just a while ago. It studies how the constituents of a given text are created, when and where they are presented, for whom they are directed, how the means are stylized so that certain meanings are generated. The locations, perspectives, the context. Can you go to slide 5? Can you go to slide 5? Is it fifth slide? I said fifth. Next is 1, yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5. It's done. Next. Yeah. Next. Okay. The context and the standpoints are sifted through, connected and reconnected, and the pool of meanings generated are studied to assess how certain texts worked in a given scenario. Theoretically speaking, the application of compositional stylization, which we see usually in Bhakti and all, so how authorial narration happens, how oral and written narrations, all that. They help us understand the sources, context, motives, triggers in the pretext stage. The act of reading, the reader and the interpretation will explain to the idea of meaning making. And you have various theoretical ways in which these can be approached. But also consider the wider scope in which language and literature can be examined. The fundamental communicative and derivative aesthetic effect and function of language and literature paved way for how humanity created dimensions of their usage by which the core values about humanity were generated through languages, literatures generated over centuries. Language did not remain a medium and a container of information, but came to mean authenticity, reason, truth, order, acceptance, meaning, assurance, authority, and force. Faith and belief as well. Can you go to slide 8? Next. Next. Yeah, for example, I mean, when I was saying that why discourse meaning is, gives us critical analysis. For example, we see the plants growing. Instead, when we say it is a photosynthesis, we actually understand this is a scientific way of looking at the process. Can you go to the next? Yeah, here. Yeah. So remember the assurance, belief and faith in God is in heaven. All is right with the world. It was so believable in a period where the assumptions about human life and their relationship with God were considered very strong. It seems here that the circle has come to a full about the basic understanding of how language turned into literature and in turn how they both discourse in tandem. With this premise, I would like to take you to the other domain of language and literature. In the premise, I assumed the writer and the reader and a straightforward discourse generated by the interactions between the two. However, my experience over the years tells me that nothing is this chain. This is a language, literature, call it reader, writer, conventions of writing and reading, assumptions about meanings, modes of meaning making is not stable. It's not, structured or sure. You may call this a postmodern predicament or a condition for production of literature. However, the terming this way is not going to resolve the problem. Often the use of overarching terminology overlooks the nuances of the experiences and does disservice to the experiences and its forms and analysis. Or else they sacrifice the experiences to justify the terms, theoretical or otherwise. There are experiences from communities such as African Americans, Dalits and tribals in India, women across the world, people with disability, children, the displaced, the queer, are overwhelming. The existing languages, conventions of construction of literature, and the interpretive methods often find themselves ill-equipped in front of staring questions they throw at readers, academicians, policymakers. Just imagine the predicament of hopelessness and cluelessness of their situation in the world after chaotic destruction of World War II of Vladimir and Istrakhan in Waiting for Godot. In order to speak the situation of absurdity, chaos, incoherence, senselessness, the language has to be equally absurd, chaotic, incoherent and senseless. The most reasonable speech in the play is of Lucky, and that too is interluded by qua 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 qua, academy and anthropometry. In situations of terrifying experiences, the languages broke down. Even if they contain meaning, to decipher the meaning, one needs to act against the language. Martin Esslin tells how you make the meaning is to act against the language rather than acting with the language, not with the language. Esslin, in his famous essay on the theatre of the absurd, says, in order to bring out the full meaning of the play, the actors have to act against the dialogue rather than with it. For example, just utter the last line the God is in the heaven and everything will be all right on the earth in the wake of Second World War. And who will believe that? We have to act against it. But it is an ironical statement. It is absurd to believe. His opposition mainly is to the barrenness, ridiculous nature of language, which is empty of substance, made of cliched slogans, and its opaque nature in particular circumstances. All the metaphysical support human beings created, such as family, society, state, faith, wisdom, rationality of human beings, especially in the main in power, and sustained and relied upon, collapsed and failed to revive their faith in humanity. How would language assure them that sanity would prevail and the war would stop? Imagine what would have happened to the unshaken faith in the power of God, which they learnt in the previous century in the wake of superhuman beings acquiring superhuman powers and controlling the life and death of millions of people. It wouldn't be possible. How would the language with the force of morality and conscience prevalent in the previous century was devoid of any power over the war gods of 20th century? With this distrust with language, how would people trust the same language that would reflect their confusion and chaos, agony and trauma, basically the absurdity? Any assurance that war would end, any hope that God will enforce kindness, any belief that conscience will exhort the heads of states would be just empty, cliched words. Waiting for Godot just recreates the absolute cliche essence of assurance, hope, belief through the language. It's only through acting against such language that is breaking the consonance of words and meaning and the values it generates in normal times would let us reach to a different meaning. Similar is the case of children and the representation of their experiences in adult language. What is their language? Do they translate their experiences in language? Their memories keep fading because every other day they are new experiences. They have new experiences. They keep growing. They have not yet developed the nuances of language and the method of narrative which adults have, nor do they have material devices like camera or canvas. What is stored in their psyche is just blurred, fading, overlapping memories. What language and narrative method they would choose to narrate their experiences. How do we as adults reach to the core of such narratives and decipher their experiences? Similarly, there are many categories of experiences which find the plenarity of languages either quite homogenizing or invisibilizing. How do they situate themselves in languages which for a long time known to them as a reason for alienation, deprivation, discrimination? In her man-made language, Del Spender mentions the sexist nature of language, in which the binary of names, attributes to women are often derogatory. She quotes an example from Robin Lecoq about the usage of the word professional. Just one example I'll give. Lecoq gives two examples. There are two sentences. He is a professional, she is a professional. Now we know the meaning of professional. The moment it is attributed to a woman, it's always derogatory, nasty, and whatnot. Just think in opposite to that, when I say he is professional, you try and put your energy in describing he is a professional. Like in what ways? Like excellent. No issues with that. Just think what meaning the word professional generates in the two contexts. The other one is often derogatory. Popular usage of the word has always enforced the derogatory and offensive meaning onto the other gender. The connotative derogation is the reflection of enculturation we have had been part of. In the essay Language and Women's Place, Rabin Lecoq mentions, I just quote, this is a long quote, but bear with me. Our use of language embodies attitudes as well as referential meanings. Women's language has a foundation, the attitude that women are marginal to the serious concerns of life, which are preempted by men. The marginality and powerlessness of women is reflected in both the ways women are expected to speak and the ways in which women are spoken of. Inappropriate women's speech, strong expression of feeling is avoided, expression of uncertainty is favored. Remember 19th century literature full of ambiguity. Means of expression in regard to subject matter deemed trivial to the real world are elaborated. Speech about women implies an object whose sexual nature requires euphemism, whose social roles are derivative, dependent in relation to men. The personal identity of women, thus, is linguistically submerged. The language work against treatment of women as serious persons with individual views. I'll just give one small example. When I was working for a PhD and I selected Women's Place. So one of the plays was just 5 pages long. No character, no plot, nothing. A woman comes on the stage, speaks, who Sita I am, goes. Research registration committee said, this is not a play. You are doing a suicide. Now, the argument is this, that a woman who wants to say her issue, a woman wants to tell her story, Why should she be bothered about a male form? Drama. She chose her drama. She wants to tell her story. She has chosen her form, her story, her method, her way of, speaking to her constituency. What is wrong in that? So language is like that. In 19th century women's writing, it is not the reading of their language. I hope I am making sense. It is not, boring. Okay. I do this in the class, otherwise, if people fall asleep and all, I have to knock them and tell them and then do that. We do that in the class, so it's that habit. So pardon me for that. This is a different audience. I should respect you. In 19th century women's writing, it is not the reading of their language, but reading the silences became crucial. What is written a woman's author or said by a character is enigmatic. Her story is invisible to the naked eyes. The ambiguation in her expression is often misleading to the cataracted eyes. Who would forget the invisible feeling of Mrs. Mallard in the conclusion? You remember the story of an hour by Kate Chopin. She gets the news that her husband is killed in war, starts feeling the independence. Independence comes to her. While the story ends, there is a news, knock on the door, her husband returns, she faints, dies. The doctor interprets this. When the doctors came, they said she had died of heart disease, of the joy that kills. Now, if you read the story in the silences, you will understand whether it was a joy or some other feeling. Now it is about silences. What she felt is silent. You have to reach to that silence. Del Spender also has a chapter on that. The reading of the doctor is that she was extremely happy after seeing her husband alive and could not bear the shock and hence died. What the interpretation overshadows is the ambiguity with which Mrs. Mallard is exposed to an extremely delicate psychological situation of personal feeling against the social expectation that her husband has come. She has to be happy. Internally, probably she wouldn't like to be. And that is a crisis. In Truth About Me, a Hijra life story, it's written by Revati, it is a transgender narrative, mentions, I need to come to that. I'll tell you. Revati mentions systemic apathy and unwillingness and the rigidity of language in accommodating her due to her gendered status. When she goes to get the driving license, the license bears the following: Dorai Swami, her male name. Dorai Swami, who is Revati. On the other occasion, she can't buy the home in her name, Revati, and in turn had to compromise with the name Dorai Swami. Revati has been put in terrible dilemma of a desire to be a woman, escape from the traumatic identity due to gendered status by birth, and statutory writing or rewriting of her gender, thereby undoing all her wishes, efforts to be a woman. Language simply refuses to recognize her wish. Because whenever she will read she makes a point that, what do I do with the license? What do I do with this identity? I am making efforts to go away from this, and you are you are rewriting my identity again and again, Dorai Swami. And this is a language. You must have seen, now can you go to, right, thank you. Keep there until I tell you to change. I'll take water. You must have seen over the last few decades the rise in graphic narratives from Art Spiegelman's Mouse. These are two images from Mouse. The comic began to be considered suitable for representation of the serious subject, and that was a turning point in consideration of terrible inadequacy of language and forms of literature to represent the unrepresentable. Writers began to look at visualization and revisualization, one more possibility of discourse, the visual turn that often we talk. Now, how it matches is interesting. If you read the theory of graphic art and all, The fragmentary nature of life, realignment of word, text with abstract visuals of bodies, movements, actions, perspectives, focuses, refocuses, non-linearity of reading practice, construction and reconstruction of spaces, paces of different lives, reconstruction of lives from memories, locating the relativity of the characters concerned in terms of their times, spaces and people around, and invitation to readers to enter into the textual words so created through the process of closure. Closure is meaning making in the graphic narrative, were sufficiently taken care of by various forms of drawings in the graphic narratives. In Maus, you will see, Maus broke the assumptions of compatibility of seriousness of language for a grave subject like Holocaust. Spiegelman went to the opposite form, the comic, until then considered suitable for lighter fantastic stories for popular consumption. He felt uneasy with the sameness of earlier writing on Holocaust, to listen to the stories narrated by flickering minds, tormented hearts, the remaining of past from the present, allowing the subjects to locate themselves and draw such locations, seeing the trauma, racial relationships and vulnerabilities by putting the Jews with the masks of Maus against the masks of cats of the Germans required. In his opinion, a different treatment. It's also a meta-narrative about what this writing means, weight of the uncontainability of trauma, exhaustion with the process of remembering, ethicality involved in presentation. You can just see that. I'm just saying spatialization of fear and anxiety. Basically, that's a road, right? But Vladek and Anna, they are walking, and everywhere you go, the entire land is, contained by fascism and all. Now, there is no escape. So it's basically like the fear and anxiety of moving away is put into the space, the directions and all. In the other, for example, Spiegelman is writing the story which he has heard from his father, or Mala, his stepmother, and he's trying to write the story. But what this process of writing involves, basically it is that he's writing, you can see that, narrating the story of trauma, but then trauma in telling the stories as well. He is a vehicle. He is also telling the story which he has heard from others. His location in the present and his relation to the past, and ethicality of his representation, because he is sitting on their bodies, he is remembering them, he is recreating the trauma and horror and showing to the people, again to the same people probably. So he is sitting on the bodies. It is like that. He draws. Alisa Torres, next slide, please. There is a writer, Alisa Torres is not a writer, but her husband was killed in 9/11, and then she decided to draw her story about how she struggled to get his body, the recognition that he was an employee in the World Trade Center, and so on. So she decides to draw to counter the larger narrative. Alisa Torres's American widow needs to contend the vacuum after her friend's husband's, Eddie Torres's, death in 9/11 attack on the Twin Towers in US. The entire story is about the feeling of loss, vacuum in her life. Now, the thing is that it's about vacuum. Vacuum is absence. You have to draw the vacuum. How do you draw? So she draws the stillness of the places. There is stillness. She is giving the birth to the child, but the child is just at the corner because she is just grappling with the loss. The entire story is about the feeling of loss and vacuum in her life after his death. However, the language of experiences of the Americans of the time was too burdened with the rhetoric of war. Americans, the media, everybody, weighed down by the homogenization of trauma due to pervasive mediatization and the terrifying fear driven by the media, that she chose instead to draw the intensely personal and private account of a trauma, loss and vacuum in abstract panel, combined with the material memories of Eddie, with the passport, photographs, articles he used. Her drawing of the long and unbearable silence, stillness, and endless wait for compensation from the administration was a counter to the rhetoric noise media was creating. Next is Bhimayana. No, don't change the slide, it's there. The story is drawn in the Digna form by Rams. The caste-driven separation of children is mutely expressed. The author does not attempt to interpret the caste in language, for it is incomprehensible to him due to its obscure origin and illogical basis, but shows the definiteness of experiential agony. What prevents child Bhim from mingling with the other children in the playground is the invisible caste line that separated from him from others. You do not have a line, but you can see the line. Can you go to the next slide? Child Marje. There is a graphic narrative by, next slide, Marjan Chatrapi, Persepolis. Yeah, keep it here. Is clueless, Marji, the child, is clueless about what happens around her during the civil war in Iran. She is a witness to the incidents happening around her, present in a historically turbulent period of her lifetime, but entrusted with a great responsibility to remember. Everybody tells her the stories that whether you understand this or not, you have to remember because everybody is in doubt that they will survive or not. So you have to remember, you have to tell these stories to the next generations. Now, 9-year-old child wouldn't understand, she has to literally remember that. As a child of 9 years, she is clueless against the complex meaning of socio-political circumstances, unable to feel the depth of trauma of the losses, relatives and acquaintances, shock at the incident of violence, guilt of her personal desires amidst the crisis and moral expectations from her by the adults. To add to this, due to the disadvantage of her age, she is not equipped with the complex language. I have just one page, right? Just one page. So bear with me. One page. To add to this, due to disadvantage of her age, she is not equipped with the complex language to record and recollect those experiences, nor she has the material means like camera, which her father has, or diaries or other artistic modes. She can only rely upon her childhood memories, which are abstract, fading very fast due to her growth, and terrible chaos of emotions. While reconstructing her experiences of the time, the adult author Satrapi relies on the affect, bodily responses to the situations. You can just see the definitions of feeling, emotion, and affect. Basically, in Marji, if you see, I'll show you a few panels. It is about the affect, how she responded to the situations bodily, because cognitively she is, it's difficult to understand what it is, the politics and all that. Can you go to the next slide now? In her book, Drawing from Life and Memory, Subjectivity in Art, Jen Tolmie mentions what is at stake in comic memoir and semi-autobiography is embodiment. She also used the term for the kind of fiction she believes in, autofictionalography. She explains how she views at it. She asks right at the beginning of the text that is it autobiography if parts of it are not true? Is it fiction if it, if parts of it are? So what kind of a text it is? In recent years, it has been concern of the writers to speak and show belongingness. You see, it's all about, affects, interest, excitement, joy, fear. Later on, you will see anger. Yeah, next. Guilt and shame, because when she is listening to the stories, even she is speaking at the back, but she wants to have a first smoke. Then the dish smell, the last below, you will see how she reacts to when she listens to the stories, how people were, tortured. So she imagines how an iron could be put to use and it shocks her like that. And she can't imagine how it happens. It is a child. It's all through her affect. Next. Yeah, like that. She's not able to comprehend, but it's all about shock, anger, disbelief, feeling a ghastness, all that. So Sylvan Tompkins talks about those 9 affects. So the entire story, you can rely upon her affects because they are genuine. They are responses to what she hears, what she sees. And anybody could relate to that. Now, in all circumstances mentioned above, you must have realized by now that there are many experiences that fall beyond the usual linguistic forms and are difficult to be contained through the existing literary genres. Careful examination of these limitations will reveal that the discursive engagement is also a journey of discursive negotiations with the strategies by which languages are constructed and evolved and literatures are formed through new genres. What is aspired is the negotiations of new experiences with the languages and forms of literatures to strike clear discourses. It's crucial for consistent exploration of possibilities that human languages keep pace with challenging situations and help them comprehend their own predicament to make human life better. The situation is not altogether worse. There is an upsurge in various narratives, be it queer, gendered, marginalized, due to classes, caste and races in multiple forms becoming part of academic social discourse, sensitizing people about concerns, persuading them to be literate, emotionally empathize and participate in making new languages which are reflective, responsive, accommodative. Can you go to the last? Now I'm sure you would remember this. This is Alice in Wonderland. I teach this in my MA class, Alice in Wonderland. I wish to conclude by saying that human beings have created languages and literatures for human discourse. They will be accountable to all of us, individually and collectively. Alice says, what is the use of a book without pictures and conversations? A child's book has to be like that. Basically, she anticipates an animated text, a text which moves with her, speaks to her, listens to her, a text which she can bend as per her wish. The text she sees with her sister or the poem she listens in school does not make sense to her. The discourse they are about is beyond her horizon. Her world is different and so the ways it will discourse is different. When sense, logic, order are norms of adult creation, nonsense, fantasy, fluidity are the norms of Alice's world. A text born out of the previous norms cannot be applied to interpret her world. Being scared by the terrifying stories about children, and this you can read that here, just beside that. She says that, no, I have heard many stories about children, how they are tortured and all if they do not listen to the instructions and all. So obviously she will not be interested in those stories, moral stories, didactic stories. Being scared by the terrifying stories about children and disinterested in the de-animated form of writing, she takes an imaginative flight. She falls asleep and dreams her world with full of people, sequences of adventures, possibilities, negotiations, parodies and mimicking. If a reader feels disinterested in the language or neglected by the form of discourse, believe or not, there is a crisis which all of us have to think and engage. Can you just go to the previous slides? Often, people ask, can you previous? People ask, you are reading literature. At the end of the day, it is just a fiction. No, previous. Probably at the beginning. Go back. What is the use of fiction? It's just in the air. So usually I give these two examples. Can you go back? Go back. Again. Again, one more, probably one more. One more. One more. Yeah. Yes. How fiction? Why we have to read fiction? Many people ask this question. Fiction at the end is just a fiction. I just give this example. If you think about the rape narratives, the FIRs, the statistical record, the newspaper reports, interviews, the court cases and all that. What will you find there? You will find the facticity, the factual record of how the incident happened, where it happened, who is responsible for it, the witnesses, forensic, everything. So what the statistical data will show is this. What about trauma of the person? What about the anger of the person? What about the frustration of the person being molested at? Only fiction can record it. We read fiction for that. Fiction is not a casual imagination. Rowling in her commencement address stresses, why imagination is necessary. You read this, imagination is not only the uniquely human capacity. If you go to the last line, they can think themselves into other people's places. Imagination basically helps you negotiate what is problematic in reality. Fiction is necessary in that sense. Now, when I'm saying, I'm concluding, if there is a crisis, right, if somebody, a reader like Alice, feels disinterested, there is a crisis, and which we will all have to address. If a reader feels disinterested in the language or neglected by the form of literatures, believe or not, there is a crisis which all of us have to think and engage. Do not try to resolve. The creative engagement in itself is the way ahead. Thanks. I rest my case. Thank you for being patient. Thank you for listening. You are wonderful people. Thank you very much. I hope it was some sense.
Thank you very much, sir. Your insightful guidance will surely prove beneficial for all the stakeholders and research scholars. Thank you once again. I would like to express my gratitude towards Honorable Dr. Rahulji Kamre, who graced this session as a keynote speaker and guided us all. I would like to thank our management, who have always been supportive of our initiatives. My heartfelt thanks to our esteemed guide, Honorable Principal Dr. Sabu sir, who always encouraged us to strive for excellence. I would also like to thank all the delegates, research scholars, and dear students for your valuable participation. I express my gratitude to all the teaching members, non-teaching staff, and all the spectacular people who have made this event possible. Thank you once again. The third session will begin shortly. I hand over the next session's charge to Dr. Nisha Varade, Madam. Hello, Namaskar. A very good afternoon to everyone. I once again welcome all the offline and online delegates participating in this one-day international conference on languages and literature, a form of social discourse organized by Department of English, Shankarlal Khandelwal College, Akola. I welcome you all in this session of the conference. Dear delegates, we are pleased to have Honorable Dr. Jagruti Vyas ma'am as a chairperson and respected Ms. Wangmo ma'am as a resource person for this session. I request Dr. Jagruti Vyas ma'am to please take her seat on the dais. Thank you, ma'am. First, I take this opportunity to introduce Honorable Chairperson Dr. Jagruti Vyas ma'am to all of you. Dr. Jagruti Vyas ma'am is Associate Professor in Department of English, Smith Kesarbai Lahoti College, Amravati. She did her post-graduation in MA English and did her doctoral research from Sant Gadgi Baba Amravati University, Amravati in 2009. And she has 15 years of teaching experience. She has published around about 27 research papers in international, national, peer-reviewed journals. She has authored 4 chapters in books and edited 2 books. She has also published a book of poetry collection entitled Dear Life. Under her able guidance, 2 students are registered for their doctoral research. She is an expert for assessing participants' ICT-based projects and minor research projects proposals in UGC-sponsored refresher course in English organized by HRDC, Sant Gadgi Baba Amravati University, Amravati. She was a resource person at UGC-sponsored short-term course on personality development and management and many workshops and seminars on communication and soft skills. Also, she is a resource person for skill development programs organized by HRDC, Sant Gadgi Baba Amravati University, Amravati. She is a member of Study Material Preparation Committee at Institute of Distance Education, Sant Gadgi Baba Amravati University, Amravati. I once again welcome you, ma'am, and request Ms. Mankar, Aditi Mankar, treasurer of this conference, to welcome Honorable Chairperson Dr. Jagruti Vyas, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. It is our proud privilege to have Honorable Ms. Wangmo ma'am to grace this session as an invited speaker. She is here with us online from Bhutan, and I take this privilege to introduce her to you all. Ms. Wangmo is Assistant Professor in Samasta College of Education, Royal University, Bhutan. Ms. Wangmo received her BA in English Honours from Miranda House, Delhi University in 1991, postgraduate certification in education from Samasta College of Education, Royal University of Bhutan in 1993, and Masters of Education in Languages and Literacy from Edith Cowan University, Australia in 1997. As of 2004, she has been teaching English and professional modules such as curriculum studies, teaching skills and education for development, introduction to university teaching and learning in the colleges. She has also served as the head of English department from 2012 till the spring semester of 2016. In 2004, she participated in the revision and development of the school English curriculum. She also actively participated as a member of the English Subject Committee in the Royal Education Council and worked as a core member with the Teacher Professional Support Division Ministry of Education to develop modules for the English language proficiency program for teachers in Bhutan. Currently, she teaches English literature, language studies and communication skill and is also working with the Center for Language and Educational Research in developing modules for Masters of English Language Studies. Her participation in the promotion and development of the English language study program clearly highlights her belief in the English language proficiency as an effective tool to enhance any educational endeavor. Since 2020, Wang Mo is on study leave to pursue her PhD in English literature at the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad. I once again welcome you, ma'am, and request you to kindly commence your session and deliver your talk on the topic Performance, a Pedagogic Discourse, Perspectives from Bhutanese Classroom Context. Ms. Wang Mo, ma'am, over to you. Hello?
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much. Am I audible? Can I ask if I'm audible? I'm having a slight problem with my mic. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you for the introduction. So I will not spend time introducing myself. So I straight away go on with my presentation. Hello. Is the audibility good enough?
Yes, ma'am, it's clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So I will start with my presentation then. First of all, once again, thank you so much for inviting me to participate in this prestigious conference. I take this as a great opportunity and an honor. So the topic of my presentation, which ma'am has already mentioned, is performance, perspectives on pedagogic discourse from the Bhutanese classroom context. And before I begin with the presentation, I would like to give you or present a brief outline of my presentation. First, I will begin with the definitions of performance, then move on to the elements of performance, and then the next will be on how to use performance in the teaching learning context. And also, I'll be touching on how performance can enable or help students to learn better. And as a conclusion, I'll provide time for question and answer session. So thank you, and let me begin with the presentation. If you can bear with me, slight technical problem in displaying my PPT. So if you can spare some, please bear with me, pardon me. These things. Sorry, I'm having a slight problem with this technical issue. Fix it.
Hello, ma'am. It's okay, ma'am. You can continue. She said it. काय विचारू मी ऑडिबल का आलं switch off your camera and share your slide.
Okay, ma'am. I'll switch off the camera and share the screen.
Ma'am, you can continue your lecture without pictures. If you are having some problem, technical problem. Hello?
She can hear us. She can hear.
Hello.
Hello.
I beg your pardon. I'm having this problem with my laptop at the moment. And if you don't mind, can my session happen later? I'm very sorry. I really apologize. This is my laptop had this problem. So if I could be given the afternoon session.
Can you join us after paper presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Okay,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sorry, participants, there is a technical issue with Ms. Wangbo ma'am's presentation. She will join us later. So for now, we will start with our presentations. Before we start our presentations, there are a few instructions for the paper presenters. All the participants are requested to be ready for their presentations online and offline. Please follow the timing strictly. You will be given only 3 minutes to present your topic. Do not read the paper or slide. Instead, just explain the abstract and the content. Last, most important instructions, please do not unmute yourself unnecessarily in between the session. Unmute only if your name has been called upon for presentation. So for now, we'll start with the paper presentation. First, I would like to invite Dr. Prithviraj Thakur sir, Associate Professor from GS College, Khamgaon, to present his paper on the topic History of English Language Education in India, an Emerging Discipline. Dr. Prithviraj Thakur sir.
May I now invite Miss Julie Kukreja ma'am, breaking free from the chains of oppression, the white tiger's journey in Aravinda Adiga's dystopian society. Miss Julie Kukreja ma'am.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed members of the organizing committee, fellow presenters, and fellow participants. I'm Julie Kukreja, a research scholar, and my topic is Breaking Free from the Chains of Oppression, the White Tiger's Journey in Aravinda Adiga's Dystopian Society. It's a powerful commentary on the harsh realities of contemporary India. Adiga depicts India as a dystopic country, unpleasant and unhygienic, showing ominous tendencies of the present social, political and moral life. The novelist tries to establish the fact that postmodern India has become so much degraded and depraved that it no longer remains a country worth living in. Through the character of Balram Halwai, Adiga portrays the dehumanizing effects of poverty and the ways in which rich and powerful exploit those beneath them. Balram's journey from a poor village boy to a successful entrepreneur exposes the flaws and injustices of India's caste system, as well as the corruption and greed that pervades the country's politics and economy. Adiga's language is stark and uncompromising, depicting the harsh realities of life for Balram and his fellow villagers in vivid detail. Balram Halwai belongs to sweetmeat maker caste. Though he was intelligent in the school, he is not able to continue his studies. Balram's teacher referring him as the white tiger because he sees him as someone who has potential to break free from the constraints of his social class and become successful. Balram presents himself as a person born and raised in darkness. India's two countries, in one, an India of high light and an India of darkness. Balram criticized the education system at the name of government program of midday meal. 3 rotis, yellow and dal and pickle at lunchtime. He never saw rotis or yellow dal or pickles. Lacking in moral character, the school teacher had stolen his lunch money. Thousands of people are nameless and homeless. They live in the footpath. Their life is worse than that of an animal. He becomes increasingly disillusioned with the oppressive social hierarchy in India, and he decides to take matters into his hand by killing his employer and stealing his money. The novelist mocks at the modern political leaders who are parochial and self-centered. The novel challenges the readers to question the moral values of those in power and to consider the consequences of their actions. Thank you so much for your enraptured hearing.
Thank you, ma'am. I now invite Mr. Tushar Kanwar. He is going to deliver a talk on Images of a Woman, Her Quest for Identity and Social Consciousness in Indian Women Poetry.
Ma'am, first of all, good afternoon to everyone. With the permission of respected dais, I am going to present my paper. I'm Tushar Kavar, a research scholar from Shankarlal, Khandelwal Arts Science in College, Akola. And due to the limitations of time, I am just going through the abstract of my paper. The title of my paper is Image of a Woman, Her Quest for Identity and Social Consciousness in Indian Women Poetry. Women, as we know, have occupied a very high esteem in ancient culture of India. India is a country where most of the rivers are named after women and worshipped as goddesses. The traditional Indian attitude to women was one of reverence. Upanishads and Smritis tell the long list of Indian ascetics and philosophers who were women. In Vedas, the nature is worshipped as mother, and women had the same religious and intellectual rights then. The epics Ramayana and Mahabharata and also the early literature confirms the fact. But in medieval period, due to the Mughal and later by British invasions, Indian society underwent a radical change and women were pushed down to the status of commodity. An Indian patriarchal system did the rest and broke the backbone of the status of Indian women in the society. For ages, women were dominated in the society. They were denied for education, social liberty, and political rights also. She had to fight for her rights not just as a woman, but also as a human being. It is from the 19th century onwards, due to the social and religious reformers of India, her image, her status as a human being is improved. She gave voice to her crises, sufferings, exploitations, and harassments, and that she tolerated meekly in the house as well as in the society. Not only she gave vent to her personal trauma, but also showed her sensibility for the lot undergoing the same kind of discrimination and exploitation in the society around. This paper specially refers to the poetry by some Indian women poetess to show her image, status and identity, and her social consciousness about Indian society all around. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to present my paper here.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Professor Usha CR for her presentation. She is going to talk on the effectiveness of using mass media and new paradigm of communication in teaching in English language. Professor Usha.
Good morning, everyone. Is that I am audible?
Yes, ma'am, clearly.
Is that the screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon. I, Usha CR, Professor of English and Dhanasagad Institution, Bangalore, Karnataka. I am very glad to present my paper in International Conference on Language and Literature, a Form of Social Discourse. My topic is mass media and new paradigms of communication. Welcome to the insights. Mass media are print media, electronic media, interactive media, internet, radio, and cinema. What is mass media? We all know that media are important because we get to know the world through using them. We understand the world and try to change it. We live in a world where media are omnipresent. An increasing number of people spend a great deal of time watching television, reading newspaper and magazines, playing records, and listening to the radio. The school and the family share the responsibility of preparing the young person living in a world of powerful images, words, and sounds. Media education is important because it develops students' creative powers for those images, words, and sounds that come to the students from various media. Looking to the characteristics of mass media, the communication is mostly one way. Audience has a great deal of choice. Reach large and vast audience. Aim messages to attract the largest audience possible. Influence society and are in turn influenced by society. The media, mobile phones, print media, radio, internet, technology, recordings, digital, television, and so forth will have an impact on the student's life. And the social impact of mass media. So the awareness, how the students are going to utilize their writing, reading, the skills, and the ability to understand by the listening skills. So these are all we can see in the social impact. And the characteristics of mass media are the information, consensus, entertainment, symbolic functions, and advertising. So looking at all this, we can understand and analyze that how the mass media and the new paradigms of communication will have an influence and effectiveness in the student's life. Of course, multimedia helps us teachers to make teaching and learning visual very attractive. A picture not only tells thousands words, but also helps students improve their thinking and observation skills, promotes imagination, etc. Playing the video with or without subtitles enhance the visual learners. Media in the classroom enhance the students' understanding and promote it where necessary. The use of audio and video with the student teacher is crucial also in giving feedback and training. So how the peer coaching, the media can help with many issues such as motivation, clarity, recycling, drafting, revising, editing, variety, mixed ability classes, updating information in the textbook, and giving life and color to classroom procedures and methods. There are a lot of issues that can or cannot be solved by the media. The internet has three main educational uses. It serves as a source of information, a place for collaboration, and a place to learn and publish. Learning and teaching through computers is an alternative approach that stresses the students' use of computers to solve real world problems while learning. But however sophisticated it might be, teachers will never be replaced. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Am I audible, ma'am? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I am Dr. Savita Dinkat Nakre, Associate Professor and Head, Department of English, Maharashtra Khandelwal Deshmukh Mahavidyalaya, Amravati. Title of my paper is Utopias and Dystopias Beyond Space and Time. Dystopias and utopias have remained a point of fascination because of both their extreme nature and their ability to imagine the grand and grotesque. Recently, dystopias in particular have seemed to capture the public's attention with their portrayal of all the ways society can go wrong. It is an undeniable fact that for better or worse, humans have changed and shaped the world to their liking in a way that could lead to our demise or to a yet unprecedented level of prosperity. Indeed, in many people's conceptualization of the future, extreme prosperity is followed by extreme destruction. However, like human nature, dystopias and utopias, the good and the bad, are intricately bound up in each other. The term utopia was first used by the British writer Thomas More in his book of fiction, Utopia, in the 16th century. Utopia refers to the creation of an imaginary world which is completely idyllic. In other words, utopian authors imagine the perfect society in which all people live in harmony. On the other side, dystopia is all about pessimism and often warns us about the potential drifts of an ideology or a situation. A dystopian work depicts an imaginary society ruled by a totalitarian power or an adverse ideology. This paper is an attempt to contrast utopian and dystopian worldviews. The argument is for a realistic goal for a modern society. The area of conflict and sometimes thin line between utopias and dystopias, its cataclysmic opposite, brings us to the heart of the matter. How would a perfect world look like? Are other forms of society possible? How can literature think the future? How do we want to live? And no less important, how don't we? Literature does not accurately depict reality one-to-one, but always opens spaces of opportunity and tells us what might be different. Thank you.
Thank you, Savita ma'am. I now invite the next participant, Sushri Smita Raj. Her topic is Relevance of Feminism in Digital Space, a Study. Sushri Smita Raj ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is my slide visible? Just confirm that.
Yes.
Thank you. The Renaissance of feminism traces back to the 17th and 18th century, when women came together to claim political and property rights. The feministic pioneer was strong with only one thought in 17th century religious text that says God created all human beings. Therefore, men and women are all equal. Though the temper of the age had no capability of acceptance regarding the equality of women to men, but the age of enlightenment came with a revolution. Intellectuals like Jeremy Bentham, Mary Wollstonecraft, Abigail Adams, Macaulay, etc., defended for women's rights and equality. So the first wave advocated for the right to vote and property rights. In early 1970s, it raised due to the dominating patriarchy, consciousness, and discrimination. The third wave brought feminism into the mainstream and academia. The fourth wave, embodied with the digital revolution, led to democratization of feministic movement by providing universal accessibility, diversity, and inspiring leadership. Historically, feminism is always seen with Western lenses. The third world women often seem powerless. But the fourth wave gave autonomy, power, and the liberty to express to all women and stand for their rights. Traditional feminism reached people through campaigns, protest, but digitally, the message spreads to large number of people within minutes. The interactive mode of digital media opened the doors to participants to be part of petitions, articles, and blogs. The hashtag made the movement more strong and attracted global attention. So the newfound liberalism enabled women to construct their identity. There was ample opportunity to all women to reclaim their narratives and ideology. The internet became the safe space for the protester activities and the space for express their opinion and take their stand. Digitally, the feminists go beyond the previous feministic waves. It became more democratic, diverse, and decentralized. Digital feminism has the profound impact over all age groups and nationality and ethnicity. In literature and academia, feminism reached to the roots and core. Text aiming for women empowerment, gender discrimination, stories centering on marginalized women, literature of that subject has no boundaries. And with the vision of change, the fourth wave continued to influence. Thank you so much.
In GS College, Khandelwal. I will be talking about a project that we are doing. It is about history of English language education in India. And as a part of this project, I am here to share what we are doing and also to let you know that this particular topic, this particular field is an under-investigated area, and it is it can be a potential area for research to young research scholars and even to other teachers who wish to do to investigate something new. Can we ask the online participants to keep their mics mute? So I'm not going to tell you about the history of English language education in India. I'm just going to share that we are doing a research on this topic, and I will tell you what we are doing and how it is important and what our future plans are. You must be thinking whether it's a new or emerging discipline or is it an established branch of studies in education. It is actually an established branch of studies in education, in the historiography of education. But the specific history of English language teaching, and that too English language teaching in India, or I should be using the more comprehensive term English language education in India, is a rather under-investigated field. So it's not exactly an emerging discipline, but it has a potential for research. So because it is under-investigated. English in India has had a contested legacy. We all know there is a supposition that English was imposed on us by the colonizers, and we often try to project as victims of English. And then there is the other side which sees English as an emancipating force. So this is an exciting field for exploration, and if you explore the history of English language education in India, you will find that there are lots of myths about this. So this research can be a myth buster for you. And why record or why write or investigate the history of language education in India, English language education in India? Because if you go on historiographing the English language education practices, you can gather valuable inputs for practicing teachers and even for policy makers. And it's a lot of fun if, as we go down exploring the history of English language education in India, we tend to uncover many facts which are really funny. I won't be telling about them in this talk, but it will surely be an eye-opener for anyone who wishes to investigate. So what we are doing is called a HELE project, History of English Language Education project. This project has been funded by the A.S. Hornby Trust in UK. A.S. Hornby, if you, I need not tell you, he was a very renowned English teacher who worked for most of his lifetime in Japan and who is the pioneer of Advanced Learners Dictionary of English. So this trust is named after him, and this project is funded by A.S. Hornby Trust UK. And parallelly, we are working for the history of English language education in India, and then there are people from the University of Warwick, headed by Professor Richard Smith, who are working for the history of English language education in Europe, in European countries. We are called, we are an informal group, if you choose to call it. We are called HELE India Group, which we are converting, which very soon into a society, a society for history of investigating history of English language education in India. And very soon, most probably, hopefully, we will be joined by Bangladesh English Teachers Association, which has a special connection with the history of English language education in the South Asian subcontinent, because Michael West worked for 20-25 years in Bangladesh. So they are also going to join us in this project. The outcomes that we have planned are, number one, to promote the historiography of English education in India as a complete full-fledged area of research and study. We wish to do some efforts through which we hope to include this as a unit in the syllabus of university courses of MA. We are going to publish an annotated bibliography of resources about history of English language education in India. We will write a comprehensive introduction to this bibliography and publish a state-of-the-art article in a journal about the history, about this field, and also publish an anthology of essays, invited essays about history of English language education in India. Out of these outcomes, what we have achieved, there are a couple more. We will, as I told, we will establish we are in the process of establishing a HELE India Society and organize conferences and webinars about this particular topic. We will encourage the formal study of English language, history of English language education in India through university syllabi also. The registration of the society is about to complete, and very soon there will be a formal launch. So far, we have had one international conference on this topic, which was organized at the India International Center in Delhi. The bibliography work is almost complete, and it is in the process of publication. It will come out by the end of this year. The compilation of anthology is also on, and by the end of May, it will be ready. The introduction is complete, and all these publications are expected to come out in December 2023 by the end of this year. And there will be another conference, face-to-face conference in Hyderabad, which will be hosted by the Central University of Hyderabad towards the end of 2023. These are the members of this group: Dr. Amol Padwad, who is the Director of Center for English Language Education, Ambedkar University, Delhi, and Krishna Dikshit, his colleague, Atanu Bhattacharya from Central University, Gujarat, Dr. Vanilla from NIT Warangal, myself, and Tanmay Naik is a research scholar from Baroda. We have divided our fields Me, Krishna sir and I are working for the historiography of English education in Bombay Presidency and CPN. There are Tanmay and Atanu are working for the erstwhile Baroda State Presidency, and Patwar sir is looking after coordinating the whole project. So if you have any questions, you can ask, or otherwise I will conclude. Are there any questions? Okay. So shall I conclude? Sir, focus, bring the focus back on the presentation. Take zoom over focus. Sir. Presentation work. Just click on the slide. Click on the slide. Alt tab kara, alt tab. ह्याच्यात आहे का? If you wish to know further anything more, you can connect to me at through any of these means. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, this presentation will be shared, so don't worry. I'll ask.
Thank you, sir. As the technical glitch is resolved, I once again welcome Ms. Wangmo ma'am, a resource person for this technical session, and request her to kindly commence her talk on Performance, a Pedagogic Discourse, Perspectives from Bhutanese Classroom Context. Ms. Wangmo ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And once again, my apologies for the technical problem. And I really appreciate that you gave me time to fix the problem. So without wasting much time, I will begin with my presentation. The topic is performance as perspectives on pedagogic discourse from Bhutanese classroom context. And the outline of my presentation, briefly, I'll just run through the outline. First, I will talk about the definitions of performance, elements of performance, how to use performance in the teaching context, and how performance will help students learn. And I'll conclude with some time on question answer session. So this beautiful quote from Albert Einstein is the start to my presentation. It is the supreme art of the teacher to awaken joy in creative expression and knowledge. And I believe in this truly. Let's move on. What is performance? Performance, let us revisit the definitions of performance. First one, it's a psychosocial method of self-understanding or a tool for personal change. The next definition is the act of performing a play, a piece of music, or an execution of a task, etc. Performance is also a particular kind of interaction between the performer and the observer in a shared physical space, be it in the classroom or in the auditorium. The next definition is the extent to which a teacher-student has achieved their educational goals. And that definition is really important because learning, teaching is important so long as there is the achievement of the goals on the teacher's side as well as on the student's side. If the teaching is effective, learning will be meaningful. Now, elements of performance. The first element is pre-performance. And what is involved in pre-performance is, before the actual performance, the understanding of the performer and the performer's body, like trying to coordinate the mind with the body, trying to coordinate the roles that the performer is going to perform, and trying to rehearse, get the feel, the skin of the role that the performer is going to display. Then it also involves writing of scripts. And if not ready-made scripts, sometimes it's good to test our students' creativity by making them create scripts, write scripts. Then the pre-performance also involves preparation of props, materials that are important for the performance to be executed effectively. The next element is to perform is to situate the learner in an experiential dimension. To enact is what is read, to listen to what is uttered, to be exhausted, to be stressed, and to be refreshed all over again. So performing takes the learner through these dimensions. Read, understand what he or she is reading, speak what he or she reads or hears, perform what he or she sees, and to respond accordingly, to also get into the skin of the character, to feel exhausted, and be refreshed and be re-energized all over again. And the other element is performance involves acts of re-meaning. Performance involves meanings. They perform in different modes, in the usual modes, such as words and sound, acts and movements, feelings and emotions and effects, life in spaces, and imagination in visualization. Just simply reading would not add any deeper understanding, but to perform what is being read will make learning experience meaningful. And the next element is the reception and paradigm of knowledge. Modes of reception changes as the paradigm of knowledge. Mode of reception changes, the paradigm of knowledge. Knowledge is based on and forged with sensibilities, mutuality, interdependence. The meaning of coexistence becomes even more clearer. Then the fusion of memory, self and the other, understanding is established, collaboration, comprehension, responsiveness, thought and action, and assessment of values of life and putting those values into practice. Then the next element is sociality of learning. Performance gives learning as a social act. We're all social beings. We all have to put a lot of emphasis on socializing, making ourselves fit into society, connect with society. So performance will help a learner become a better social being. Performance gives effect to learning as a social act with consequences. Performing will also make aware or create this awareness in the student that what we do has an impact on us and on the other as well. So performance is a social function, brings about social changes, brings about reforms in behavior and attitude, relation with relatives, either for good or for bad. Learning is also participatory and shared. This is one important awareness that performance is not just a one-sided affair. It's not just from the teacher, it's also from the student. So it's a two-way thing. And performance is also healing, as it brings about that cathartic feeling, from sadness to happiness. So he resolves issues too. I also believe that performance will put us through that cathartic experience, and at the end, we understand that problem is just temporary, and for every problem there is a situation. There is a solution, sorry. Now, how to use performance in the teaching learning context. And I have selected, there are many ways of using performance. I have selected these four because they are commonly practiced, used, implemented in the classroom in Bhutan. The first one is the reader's theater. This is a very popular learning activity among my students. The style of theater where the actor has to present a dramatic reading of material without the costume, prop, or the scenery or lighting. What the student has to focus on is his voice creation. So this reader's theater is one very common and popular activity in the Bhutanese classrooms. And the next one is the hot seating. This is also very popular. My students enjoy using this hot seating approach. Whenever I come up with the hot seating approach, there's so much of enthusiasm in the classroom. And then the next one is the role play. And I I would like to cite an example from one of the modules that I taught back in the university. One module on dramatic arts for the B.Ed secondary English teachers. And this module, the assessment of this module is part exam and part performance based. So examination part, the student, they come up with such elaborate stage performances that I get so impressed at the end. So this is the power of performance. Then the next approach that I use is the mantle of the expert. This isn't as popular as the role play because students sometimes get confused using this mantle of the expert approach. But however, it is still gaining popularity in the Buddhist classrooms. So these are the 4 commonly performance methods that I use in my classroom, and so far it has been effective. And I hear even my Bhutanese colleagues, Bhutanese fellow teachers use these methods in the English classrooms. And I would also like to stress here that not just performance is not just applicable or relevant in the English classrooms. Performance can also work very well in science classes, mathematics too, history classes too. Now, what are the benefits from performance? I mean, if we use performance in the classrooms, what are the students going to gain benefit? First, communication and social skills. And we know that communication is one of the most important 21st century skills. To be able to communicate effectively. And social skills is also very important. So performance helps in encouraging or building communication skills and social skills. And I would also like to take a moment here and give a brief description of my research research in the English and forestry. My research is on drama and communication skills. So I'm exploring how drama and dramatic techniques can enhance communication skills in the secondary school classrooms. So this is what performance does. It encourages communication, social skills, nurtures imagination. Yep, this is important to be able to test our learners' imagination, to put their imagination, to make them use their imagination. Then performance will also help teach culture. You know, how a student learns a Western culture, like Shakespearean culture. William Shakespeare existed more than a century ago. But students understand the culture that he lived in, and it's all because of his plays. And by the way, Shakespeare plays are very common and popular in Bhutan. I loved studying Shakespeare when I was a student. So teaches culture. Then performance also reinforces concepts. The concept that wasn't so clear, with the use of performance, the concept will become even more clear, crystal clear. The understanding is multiplied. Then performance will also help in building self-confidence and personal growth. According to Japanese culture, we are basically very shy. We are very shy. And our students are so shy. When we ask them to ask questions in the classroom, their shyness comes in the way. And I feel like getting them to act, getting them to perform, put them on the stage, I think that will help them get rid of their inhibition, get rid of their shyness. And in the process, their self-confidence can grow. And it also helps in personal growth. And performance also strengthens critical thinking, another important 21st century skill. Be able to think, analyze critically is very important. And performance certainly in strengthening critical thinking skills. And performance will also help in building teamwork and collaboration. You know, learning one another. Learning is not just one-sided. It is two-sided. You learn from each other. You collaborate, and you learn from each other. You build your social skills, and you learn to work teamwork. And this is how it is important to use performance in the classroom in order to instill teamwork spirit and collaboration among the young learners. Then performance also helps in increasing cooperation, comprehension, and energy in the classroom. Like I said about the
Hello. Miss Sangu ma'am, are you there?
Acts, books, will also help understand the character's emotions, and will also put the actor go through the character's emotions, whether it's a happy expression or a sad expression. In a way, it will help the student display his emotions. And so it does act as an emotional outlet. Again, performance also helps in relaxation. Students know that they wouldn't be criticized, they wouldn't be judged, so they would feel so relaxed. So they'll get into that comfort mode, comfort zone. And performance will also help in physical fitness, understanding the movement, improving body balance, to coordinate your mind along with your body, flexibility, controlling your voice, your vocal inflections. So in a way, it also improves one's body language, and body language is another form of an important, effective communication. And performance can also be used to teach a variety of subjects, like I earlier said, not necessarily for English classes. Performance can also be used in history classes, and performance can also be used to social issues. Then through performance, students are engaged in multi-sensory and interactive experience. So that will help them to develop a better understanding, deeper understanding of a wide range of subjects. So by presenting, students can gain a more immersive and experiential understanding of the material. Once they get into the skin of the character, the understanding of the material becomes more deeper, they enjoy effectively. Now, for example, like I said, Shakespearean culture is better understood through performing his plays. Shakespeare plays can be better understood, enjoyed by students. They are directly carried out of production of his plays. Like if we go by his language is that old-fashioned Elizabethan English. So, but when students are made to perform his play, they understand, and in fact, they enjoy the Shakespearean language, and they call it the most romantic English language. Sometimes I even hear students writing love letters in Shakespearean English. So performance helps students to confront their assumptions. They understand that every time it's not good to come to a conclusion or to assume things. They come to understand that assumption is just a one-sided thing, and sometimes the saddest part is that your assumption can be wrong. So to wrap up that that idea, I would like to quote this beautiful quote from Harper Lee in the movie To Kill a Mockingbird. You never really understand a person until you consider things from his point of view, until you climb into his skin and walk a mile around in it. So performance helps students to become active agents of learning and knowledge rather than just being passive recipients. So sitting through a theory classes can bore the students, but when they're put onto the stage to perform, it would give them an opportunity to take charge of their learning, so they will become more active learners. And as Ben Johnson, the educator, has clearly or very beautifully put it, great teachers engineer learning experiences that put students in the driver's seat and then get out of the way. And I feel that performance will surely help in achieving that realization. Once we give total responsibility to our students, then they will take charge of their learning and they will enjoy learning, and learning will become more meaningful. And basically, that's the essence of education. So with that, I end my presentation. And if there is time, you're most welcome to ask me any questions. And I would also like to welcome feedbacks or suggestions. Thank you for your time. And thank you for bearing through that technical problem I encountered.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and research with us. Your valuable guidance will definitely encourage the young and budding scientists, researchers, participants in this conference. Thank you once again, ma'am. And now I call upon...
Sorry, excuse me. If you don't mind, I forgot to acknowledge the encouragement and the motivation from my co-advisor, Dr. Rahul Kamble. Sir was the one who motivated me and encouraged me to take part in this prestigious conference. I would like to thank Dr. Rahul Kamble for the opportunity provided to me, and I would like to thank you all, the university, the whole university, for inviting me as your speaker, and thank you so much, and good luck with the rest of the conference.
Thank you, ma'am.
Have a good day.
Yeah, good day, ma'am. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Sandeep Sagar for his online presentation. Mr. Sandeep Sagar. Mr. Sandeep Sagar. Next one. Sir, Sandeep Sagar. Mr. Sandeep Sagar, are you there? I request Ms. Jyoti Kushwa ma'am to please start her presentation. Ms. Jyoti.
Thank you so much. I'm here and very good afternoon to. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Hello, ma'am. You are clearly audible.
Very good afternoon to respected. Hello? To all. And Rudyard Kipling's The Jungle Book and its adaptation. As we all know that Rudyard Kipling was born here in India and he had spent time here in our country and has written a lot about India and its exclusiveness in his books. So one such book is Jungle Book. We all we all read or if we have not read the famous television serial movie, most popular adaptation of Rudyard Kipling's The Jungle.
Hello, Ms. Jyoti Kushwa ma'am. We are not able to hear you, ma'am. Please share your PPT.
We have to supposed to talk about the abstract and the content only.
Yes, ma'am. You have 3 minutes to conclude.
Yes. So the population states every day those world multiple characters Koli, Balu, Bagheera. I have done a comparative study of Rudyard Kipling's original Jungle Book, which was written in 1894, and its adaptation by Walt Disney, which is an animated film. and she participated and to bring forward the differences in terms of plot, themes, and characterization between the two modes. So, coming to the plot, the play of Kipling's Jungle centers around Mowgli, a young boy who is raised by this.
Now can
As we notice the stories that
follow Mowgli adventures as he goes and navigates the jungle. Various animals, both friends, and learns valuable lessons about survival and self-reliance. Whereas in the Disney adaptation of the Jungle Book, the plot is simplified and focuses on Mowgli's and carefree character who sits and dances with his elf to earn Bagheera. By the villainous Sher Khan, who now on to the themes difference in the book and the original source book and the film. Kipling's The Jungle Book explores various themes such as the law of the jungle, self-identity quest, and the balance between civilization and nature. The novel emphasizes the harsh realities of life in the jungle and the struggle for survival. It also delves into the idea of identity and how Mowgli must reconcile his human upbringing with his animal instincts. Finally, the novel raises questions about the relationships between humans and nature and potential consequences of disrupting and balance. Disney adaptation of the Jungle Book simplifies these themes, focuses more on the idea of friendship and belonging. The film emphasizes the importance of finding one's place in the world and the values of loyalty and friendship. While the film touches on some of the darker themes of the novel, such as dangers of the jungle, but in a calm manner, ultimately offers a more optimistic and light-hearted message. And now coming to the characterization, Kipling's The Jungle Book features a diverse range of animal characters, each with their own unique personalities and motivations. Mowgli, the main character, is portrayed as a complex and multifaceted individual who must steer the conflicting demands of his human and animal identities. Other notable characters include Bagheera the panther and Baloo the bear, who serve as Mowgli's guardian and mentor. And Sher Khan, the biggest type, who represents the dangers of the jungle. The Disney adaptation of the Jungle Book simplifies these characters and gives them more anthropomorphic characteristics. Mowgli is portrayed as a happy-go-lucky child who befriends all the animals he encounters. Bagheera is less of a mentor and more of a portrayed as a one-dimensional villain who is motivated solely by his desire to harm Mowgli. Conclusion. Now I conclude. In conclusion, while both Kipling's The Jungle Book and its cinematic adaptation by
Thank you, ma'am. Your 3 minutes are over. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Savita ma'am.
More optimistic and
Savita ma'am.
message focused on the and belonging. Hello? While the Disney adaptation may be more accessible to all.
Hello. Savita ma'am, your 3 minutes are over. Thank you. Now I invite Dr. Manisha Kamble ma'am to present her paper. Dr. Manisha Kamble ma'am. Good afternoon, the delegates on the dais and off the dais and who are presenting on online mode. So, my topic is literature in the Indian Oxford writing. has been known to all that what is meant by literature. So if we survey throughout some relevant books, we will have the proper meaning of literature. As I found the meaning of literature, that is, the literature is a body of written work. The name has been traditionally applied to those imaginative works of poetry and prose, those distinguished by the intentions of their authors. The literature is a material which pursues aesthetic excellence. Deriving from the Latin litera, the letter of alphabet, literature is the first foremost of humankind's entire body of writing. After that, it is the body of writing belonging to the given language or the people. Then it is individual pieces of writing. Now let us see what is meant by society. So society is a group of people involved in persistent social interactions or large social grouping of sharing the same geographical or social territory. Society means a community having a broad grouping of people having common traditions, institutions and activities and interests. Questions may arise that what is the connection between society and literature? If we go through some proper connection, we will get the answer that literature expresses social sympathies. Naturally, it is bound to exercise some positive influence on our mind and attitude. Society reacts to literature in a living way. An inspiring poem creates general influence on society. It arouses our feelings and enthusiasm for welfare. Literary society is a group of people who are interested in literature. Literature is a reflection of society, is a fact that has been widely acknowledged. Literature is a mirror of society as it reflects the society and its good values and its sins also. It mirrors the society with a view to make the society realize its mistakes and make amends also. As Bacon said, some books are to be tested, others to be swallowed, and some few to be chewed and digested. Anyone can read the books of his or her choice. Literature can be very helpful to society when apply it in a positive manner, but it can be harmful to society if it contains within it is used with malice. Here is my interest is to focus on how literature is helpful and it mirrors the society. Literature is not merely a depiction of reality, it is the rather value addition. Literature mirrors the ills of the society with a view to make the society realize its mistakes and make amends. What writers of the literature do is to transform the real life event of their society into fictions and present it into the society as a mirror with which people can look at themselves and make amends wherever necessary. Really, if we have the power of language to express ourselves, we are on the way to create literature. Let us see how the literature changes the life. Let us see how the literature works for the society as well. Literature influences the society. It has two roles to play. One is active and another is negative, or we can say passive role. When one reads, he or she forms ideas about the world in which he or she lives. Instead, one decides to become socially based, mainstream from reading of Karl Marx as well. Society reacts to literature in a living way. An inspiring poem creates general influence on society. It rouses our feelings and enthusiasm for welfare. Shelley calls poets an acknowledged legislator of mankind. The function of legislature is to lay down the law, settled course of action that men may follow. The novels of Dickens had an indirect influence on creating in society a feeling for regulating the social wrongs. My next point is to prove the bond between literature and society as well. Okay. In the conclusion, I would like to say that therefore everybody wants some kinds of beautification and glorification of things. The worlds of reality makes the things charmless and even unpleasant. So it is the work of imaginative writers that provide food for recreations to the readers, because they allow the readers to have the temporary escape the realities of life, while the works of the realistic writers serves as the mirror of society and contemporary life and times as well. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. And I now call Dr. Nisha Kade, ma'am, and her topic is the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on communication. Dr. Nisha Kade, ma'am.
Today's International Conference on Language and Literature, a form of social discourses. For that one, whatever that all dignitaries of this today's conference, that on the dais as well as of the dais, as well as who join the online mode, I would like to welcome them. Now my topic today is that the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on communication. Actually, that the communication, all of you know, that is most important from our birth till that our death, because we live with that the communication. Please next slide. Related to that the communication, whatever that the pandemic situation we have faced in March 2020. Please next slide. Whatever that the situation we have faced in March 2020, really that the situation affected on our communication, which day to day we are doing in every sector. That because that the social events that have been totally put on hold and which affected naturally on that our face-to-face communication, that's our gathering, because that the remote work we have to do during that the period. Next please. To understand the impact of that the pandemic on communication has become a crucial area for that of research. The purpose of this paper is to review the literature on the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on our communication. Please next. The literature review, if we watch that the unexpected long-lasting consequences had happened in our community, and for that one, that the need that of right information was necessary to spread, and for that government took great effort. For that the actual situation, if we watch that our caller tune in during that the pandemic has been changed, that by that the coronavirus, means compulsory for 30 seconds we have to listen that the coronavirus awareness, and after that the original tune was that they dispatched to that the listener to whom we want to call. And for that one, that the information and education communication strategies has been used by the government. Please next. Under that the strategies, that the advertisement working very fastly and effectively, so that through that the advertisement that the awareness has been created among the society. Newspaper also worked that through that the newspaper different kinds of that the news were published. Messages of that the celebrities also given, so that we could get that the proper information. Social media also work, not only this one, but that the NSS and NGOs also came forward to help the society. Under that the NSS and NGOs, that the painting messages has been spread, so that who may be that the illiterate people, by that the painting, by that the drawing, they should get understand that which kind of the care we should have to take it. Not only this one, but in the educational section, that particularly in my college, Sri Shivaji Agri Biotechnology, that we arrange the poster competition, and in that the poster competition that the student, they prepare the poster through which that the awareness has been created among the people. Not only this one, but that they present, that they clip, that stick up the posters in the public sector, wherever that the public sector or square it were there, that through that the poster, they means that the common people or maybe that the layman should understand that which care we have to take it. Apart from that one, literary sector also work, that different kinds of the poems, articles, and their personal experiences has been written, and through that, the strategies that the awareness has been created or that the attempt has been done. Please next. For that, to make the communication effective, because communication, it must be effective. When it will be effective at that time that the message can be grasped, and for that the blogs has been utilized, call centers also utilized. Through that the call centers, that we took the help of that the medical doctors also, medical centers it will also there. Not only this one, but that the webinar also organized. Just like that the today's offline mode, we are gathered here for that the international conference, but at that time offline it was not possible there, and at that time that's why that the new word has been inserted there, that's of webinar. Not only this one, but that the conference call were also organized. Then on that the online health group videos also that were available. Digital news also that spread by the using of the different kinds of medias. Please next. Yeah. The impact of that the vocabulary, what had happened, that this new technological word inserted in our day-to-day languages, and which everyone got very familiar. Please next. Entrance of that the symbolic language has happened there. In the ancient period, if we observe that different, please next. Yeah, very fast. I'm very fast. That entrance of that the symbolic language has happened. In ancient period, if we observe that in Egypt ancient, or that the symbolic, this kind of that the signs were used, the same we are utilizing in modern era by using that the WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram. This by that the symbol we can communicate and we can understand what message that the sender is sending. Please next. WhatsApp abbreviation, that this is that the word alteration had happened there. Now, no one is going to write thoroughly or maybe that the full language by utilizing that the consonant and vowel. But actually that the vowel has totally vanished from our language, and only that the consonants we are utilizing here. While writing that the good morning, we are saying only that the GM instead of that the good morning. These lots of that the words are there. Please next. Not only this one, but that the language purity also has been disturbed after the COVID pandemic. Language purity means no one is speaking or maybe talking or sending that the message in that the pure language, maybe Marathi, Hindi or English. Just like that the example I have given it here, that the English and Minglish language has been utilized by that every person. In the English, just like that the example I have given it there, image ko 90 degrees per right ghumao. Okay, now in the English, this statement has been written, image ko 90 degrees per right ghumao, but in the English, it should be in the purity, if we will see it or watch it, that they rotate the image 90 degrees to the right. But this type of that language, no one is utilizing there. The same case is with that the English, that Marathi and that the English both are mixed in our spoken language. Apart from that one, that the face-to-face communication has been also affected by that the facial expression, eye contact, gesture and posture, appearance and touch. Especially that the appearance, it means that all of you know that when that the online lecture we have to deliver or maybe that attend, that half costume has been, half costume has been prepared. Means everyone is getting to know that this part is going to be shown. That's why I should be that makeup in that or dress up in that part. Maybe like the this everybody has utilized this section. Appearance particularly that has been affected. As the same way touch. Touch is very important. When someone is patted on your back, at that time you are getting that much confidence and that they are. What it may be that the situation is there, but when that the touch is not there, that the affection, it has been totally disturbed, moral support has been totally disturbed, and that so much that we observed it, and that's why everyone is that I think that eagering for that touch, who will write check to me or maybe that giving that the pat on my back. Please next. Yes, finish. Oh yeah. Online education also gave that the two impact after the pandemic on communication. Some got that the positive impact, some got that the negative impact, that Zoom fatigue got by that the student, not by that the student, but by the staff also. Okay, not only this one, but that the physical posture also, that change, that bent of that back that we disturb, or we got the suffering from that bent of that back. And the next one, please. Yeah, that the language development is affected very badly during that the communication. That when we want to develop our language, at that time interaction is very necessary, social gathering is very necessary. But when that the lockdown system it was there, that no one was with us to discuss, to gather, to that talk with each other. And that's why ultimately it is affected on our language. When no one is there for us to interaction, at that time there is not that the possibility to develop our language. Please next. Yeah, during that the pandemic, after that the pandemic, that miscommunication has happened at a lot of time. Miscommunication, it means that, let us see now that the bad theory, from where that the coronavirus has spread, that the media, through that the media we got miscommunication, that from that the bad theory, or from that the export, or maybe that the sport in that the lab in China, it had happened there. The rate of that the vaccination, it was also not spread at that the, yes, okay. And that the voice, his vaccination hesitancy also has been created during that the pandemic in communication. Okay, now I got too much time. I really want to conclude just only that by the means what it may be, that the main impact of that the after that the COVID communication COVID pandemic had happened, that COVID pandemic opened the door for that the cosmopolitan culture. For the cosmopolitan culture, as the internet spread all over the world, that all the boundaries has been disturbed, and now that okay, and that we just one word only, that one word, only one word. Yeah, that after the COVID, that the cosmopolitan culture entered in our society. The cosmopolitan culture, it means that we are not the citizen of our country, but we may be, or we will be that the citizen of this world, of this planet. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. I next call Mr. Manoj Underskar. Thank you, sir.
I'm going to share the screen first.
So please wind up in 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm going to share the really important points.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to all. First of all, thanks to the organizing committee for giving me this chance to present my paper today. I'm Manoj Underskar, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Dr. Ambedkar College, Diksha Bhuvi, Nagpur. Would be presenting on critiquing Gothic through the lens of dark romanticism. So, Gothic literature is known as a genre of fiction which combines elements of horror and romance. It first appeared in late 18th century in England and has since been popularized in many works. So dark romanticism is a component to this genre, and as it is the term used to describe the darker side of romanticism, which often deals with the themes of death, nature, and supernatural. So one way to observe this aspect of Gothic literature is through the lens of dark romanticism. So this paper will explore what makes up the Gothic novel, how characters and their settings are used to create sense of dread, and how dark romanticism can be seen throughout these elements. So it will also include examples from some of the more popular works of Gothic literature to illustrate the concept discussed by understanding dark romanticism and its influence on Gothic literature. One can gain better understanding and great appreciation for the genre and its powerful theme by analyzing all these factors. So first factor and first point that I'm going to discuss, that is character. As this article discusses Gothic literature and dark romanticism, their similarities and differences we can see in this particular slide. Gothic literature focuses on dark aspects of human emotion, while dark romanticism emphasizes inner turmoil and spiritual redemption. So both genres explores common themes and characters such as isolation, guilt, and conflicts between faith and doubt. So Gothic literature often has characters portrayed as an outsider or monsters, we can say, while dark romanticism employs characters with tragic flaws. So Gothic literature creates tension through the suspense and shock elements, while dark romanticism relies on the mystery. There is again one finding that characters in Gothic literature can evoke fear and are often portrayed as unsettling individuals. The next segment that I have, that is plot. Gothic literature is associated with dark romanticism, a movement that emphasizes the emotion of fear, sorrow, and awe. It typically revolves around the suspenseful event or mystery that requires some form of resolution or closure. The plot of Gothic works often dwells into the darker aspect of the human condition, exploring themes of terror, death, and loss. Critiquing Gothic through the lens of dark romanticism offers readers the opportunity to explore deeper meaning of the text and appreciate the complexity of some of the genre's most iconic works. For example, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein is there, Bram Stoker's Dracula is there. They are actually the great examples to study under this topic. So the Gothic and the dark romantic literature of John C. Tibbets, there is a citation I have given. The Gothic Revival and Dark Romanticism, which was published in 2019, offers valuable insights into some literature's most iconic works regarding this topic. So next segment that I have, that is setting. Setting is a crucial element in Gothic literature, as it creates an atmosphere of fear and unease for readers. Both dark romanticism and Gothic romanticism use setting to evoke feeling of dread or terror. Gothic literature emphasizes external forces as expression of internal conflict. And examining the setting of Gothic literature through the lens of dark romanticism helps us to gain insight how authors express their own feelings and themes in their work. Examples of Gothic literature with significant settings include Shelley's Frankenstein, Bram Stoker's Dracula, Edgar Allan Poe's The Fall of House of Usher. Likewise, we have different examples and various answers available on internet and as well as on the primary sources. So next, that segment that we have, that is theme. Gothic romance and dark romanticism are two closely related genres of literature that surely share many common themes. Gothic romance features suspense, mystery, and horror, often set in dark and oppressive atmospheres. It often involves characters who are isolated from society, struggling to survive against their own inner demons, as well as external forces, you can say. Ultimately, Gothic romance and dark romanticism are literary movements that explore the darker facets of human nature while also providing the platform for exploring love and hope in the world filled with darkness. So, a dark romantic critic allows for deeper exploration of psychological and emotional states represented in Gothic literature. So these two terms are a little bit different. When we talk about Gothic romanticism, it is more particular in genre. But when we talk about Gothic romance, it is more particular in genre. But when we talk about dark romanticism, it is more general in sense. Comparing and contrasting these themes of the two genres can help us to understand their differences better. So the last second point that I have mentioned over here, that is narrative. Narrative in Gothic and dark romanticism work in often presented and melancholic and seductive tone, utilizing frightening concepts and imagery to introduce a sense of suspense and fear in reader. Gothic terror and horror, while discussing dark romanticism works explore the darker theme of nature such as guilt, sin, and despair. Both styles focus heavily on creating an atmosphere of dread and romanticism. The use of dark and eerie narrative can lead to the development of characters that are both flawed and complex. So we can achieve such kind of factors by being romantic. The last point that I have, I will take only 30 to 20 seconds only. The difference between Gothic and dark romanticism that I have mentioned, there are three significant differences between Gothic romance and dark romanticism that I have mentioned in the last point. Gothic romance is characterized by horror, suspense, and supernatural elements, while dark romanticism is centered around human sin and guilt. The second difference that I have, Gothic romance stories typically have heroic protagonists who defeat evil forces, whereas dark romanticism stories feature flawed characters struggling with moral dilemma. And the last point that I have, Gothic romance revolves around love, loss, and redemption, while dark romanticism explores the deeper theme of sin and guilt and human psyche. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the patient listening. Thank you, all the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Rest, those who wish to present their research may join in the next section. I now request and invite Honorable Chairperson Dr. Jagruti Vyas ma'am for her concluding remarks. Dr. Jagruti Vyas ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
not speak for more than 5 minutes. Honorable Principal of this esteemed institution, Dr. Sabu sir, the convener of this conference, Honorable Professor Dimple Mapari ma'am, IQAC coordinator, Professor Rohan Shirsat sir, a beautiful anchor with a beautiful style, Varade ma'am, all the vibrant, dynamic, committed staff members of this college, though they are not present here, they are somewhere working hard for the success of this conference and maybe planning for the next conference. This can happen in Khandelwal College. I am speechless today. The reason is, I belong to this same soil, the same land where I stand today in the capacity of the chairperson. And I very frankly tell this, very honestly, that the capacity to stand here, the capability to stand here as a chairperson has also been endowed upon me by this very institution. My mind travels back almost 13 years when I used to be here with this college. And it was because of those years, those were the years which were formative for me. Those were the years that widened my horizons. Those were the years that enriched my experience. Those were the years that imbued the spirit of commitment, consistency, and hard work in me. I don't have enough words to thank this institution for whatever it has contributed. And so I won't thank. I would prefer to remain indebted. They have given me this honor of having this position as a chairperson of this session. I would forever remain indebted for this opportunity and for everything that this institution has given to me. Now, as I promised that I won't speak for more than 5 minutes, I will definitely keep that promise, because I have seen the smiles on your faces when the slide of thank you comes. That is the best slide in the presentation, I suppose. So I won't tax you anymore, but as a chairperson, I have to say a few words about the papers which are presented in this session. So at the very outset, I would say that total 10 papers are presented in this session. Prior to that, I must say a few words about Ms. Wang Mu from Bhutan, who enlightened us with the various ways of teaching in the classrooms to the students. The first paper that was presented by Ms. Julie Kukreja, she is not here, she must have left, but it was about the freedom from oppression, which is depicted in Arvind Adiga's novel. Beautifully, Madam has presented the impact of, dehumanizing impact of poverty on mankind. I remember one line from Robert Browning's poem. Robert Browning has written that God is in his heaven and all is right with the world. This is the optimism, you see, but a man who suffers from poverty will say exactly opposite of this, and that reminds me of G.B. Shaw when he says that God perchance is in heaven. Perchance means perhaps, since I doubt whether he is there or not. God perchance is in his heaven and all is wrong with the world. So this is the perception, my dear friends, and that perception is given to us by language. Language plays a major role. I think there is not a single thing that can be done without language and literature. Whether it is from any of the fields, whether it is arts, commerce, science, language goes beyond the boundaries. Geographical, political, social, cultural, and all. Then the paper of Tushar Kavar was presented. I am very glad to hear his paper over here after a long time. We were together. In fact, I have got the honor of teaching him also at some time. Image of a woman he has presented and her quest for identity and social consciousness in Indian women poetry, a feministic perspective he has given to his paper. And definitely language has again a role to play, as in our inaugural speech also, sir presented one poem that I am no more Mamta, I am Radha, Sita, and so on. So that was exactly the quest for identity. Breaking the boundaries, I want to search my own identity, and that is the quest of every woman. Next paper was by Professor Usha CR from Bangalore. She talked about mass media and new paradigms of communication and teaching of English language. Definitely these things play a major role in shaping our language, in molding our language. Mass media, of course, beyond information, entertainment, it plays a major role in shaping a new language before us. I would tell you one thing over here. When I was listening to her paper, I got the idea that Google has become one of the major sources of getting information. So whether a teacher should allow Google to enter into the classroom or not. So actually Google has entered into our classrooms. We are all teachers over here, and we know that Google has entered, and we should not stop this. Rather, we should channelize that, because if you stop Google if you ask students not to use that, students won't come to the classrooms. So better you can mold the students, ask them to use Google, but then whatever information, whatever material they collect from Google, they should shape it, they should present it in the way they want. Because when we also have to write the paper, we also go to Google. So there is no need to stop it, and this definitely is a revolutionary change in today's education system. Next paper was by Dr. Savita Thakre ma'am, who talked about utopia and dystopia, a wonderful concept of the imaginary world, a perfect society which is possible only in imagination, what we call Ram Raj, and that is an imaginary concept. Next was Sushri Sumita Raj, who talked about again feminism in digital space, of course. The last wave of feminism has come with the digital relevance of feminism in digital space. What we portray in the digital world is not the exact reality. We present a fake image in the digital world, our Instagram story, our status, our Facebook. It is not the complete reality, and that is not the true meaning of the word feminism. A woman empowerment is a different thing, and what digitalization is and how digitally these things are presented is again a very totally different thing. Next was by Honorable Prithviraj Thakur sir, who is himself a great scholar. What should I say about your paper, sir? You are already working so well on different areas, and you are already running AI NITI so well, the poetry recitation competitions and the books and everything. He is, I would say, working at the forefront for the English teachers. So I congratulate you for the research project which you are undertaking, which is really the need of the hour today. Jyoti Kushwaha madam, she talked about Jungle Book. Because of the technical problems, I could not hear what exactly she wanted to say. But Jungle Book, as we know that it is a fantasy literature. And Miss Manisha Kamble, she talked about going beyond the geographical boundaries, and literature can express it in a beautiful manner. The last paper, prior to last, the impact of COVID pandemic by Nisha Kale madam. She was very enthusiastic to speak more, but because of the time constraint, we had to stop her. But it was beautifully presented. Our vocabulary definitely increased due to COVID pandemic. Pandemic was a word which was not known to many. Isolation was the word which was not known to many. Alienation was the word which was not known to many. So this is how anything, if you take it positively, creates impact on your lifestyle, on your language. The last paper in this session was by Manoj Andraskar sir, who talked about Gothic literature and how that Gothic literature is presented through dark criticism. So that was also a wonderful attempt by him. All the papers presented were very beautifully presented over here after a thorough study, and they all talked about how literature and how language is dictated by culture. It is the culture that dictates language. You take the meaning out of a text depending upon to which culture you belong. And that is why translation is not easy. When you translate a thing, you have to catch the ethos, you have to catch the crux, and that is not easy to do. Isn't it? So language is, I hope, the most beautiful thing in the world, the best gift that we have for ourselves. Because there is one, I would recite 2 Hindi lines with your permission. अगर अपना कहा कोई आप ही समझे तो क्या समझे, अगर अपना कहा कोई आप ही समझे तो क्या समझे, मजा कहने का तब है जब एक कहे दूसरा समझे. And that is possible only when you use the language effectively. This conference is definitely organized on a very wonderful subject. I once again thank, rather I would remain indebted to this institution forever, because whatever I am today, I have been shaped, molded by this institution only. So once again, thank you for this opportunity and wish you all the very best for your future research endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of our college, convener, organizing secretary, and the whole organizing team of this conference, I extend our deep-felt gratitude towards Honorable Chairperson, Dr. Jagruti Vyas ma'am, for chairing this session. Respected resource person, Ms. Wangho ma'am, for sharing her research and knowledge with us, and all the dear delegates, participants, for actively participating and presenting their research in this session. Now, after having nutrition for our brain, it's time to have food for our stomach. So I invite all the delegates for a delicious lunch. We will meet online and offline on the other side of this break at exactly 2:15 p.m. sharp. Thank you very much. 2:30. We'll meet at 2:30 offline in this hall only and online. Thank you.
कॉल करून टाकले. सुरुवात करायच्या आधी
चालू हे पण येणवरच येतो माणूस
काय
Good afternoon, sir. Can you just help me out to know that whether I'm audible, sir?
आता दिशा मॅडमचं घ्यायचं ऑनलाईनच्या काही 2-4 मिनिटं
अभय मुद्गल म्हणून एक आहे ते करताय ते ऑनलाईन झाले का
पहिले मॅडम सुरू सुरू करून द्यायचं ना सुरू करून देऊ ना भाषा मॅडम झाला
Hello, good afternoon everyone. First of all, I welcome you all in the fourth session of the conference. I, Shankarlal, research scholar, Shankarlal, Khandelwal, Arts, Science and College, Akola, extend my heartiest welcome to all present here physically as well as those who are connected virtually with us. For this session, we are pleased to have Dr. Sandeep Joshi sir, Assistant Professor and Head, PG Teaching Department of English, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University as the Chairperson, and Dr. Masha Moshfegan ma'am, as Lecturer, Salahuddin University, Erbil, Iraq, as a resource person. We are delighted to have you both among us, ma'am. On the behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to extend our warmest and heartiest welcome and good wishes to both of you. Before proceeding for the session, let us start with our custom of felicitation of our guest. I call upon Honorable Dr. Sandeep Joshi sir to come and join the discourse. I request Honorable Principals Sir Sabu sir to felicitate Honorable Sandeep Joshi sir with child paper and a bouquet. Thank you, sir. We also welcome our resource person who is virtually connected with us, Dr. Masha ma'am, with our warmest and sincere words and gratitude. Welcome, ma'am. Dear friends, it's my pleasure to introduce Honorable Dr. Sandeep Joshi sir. At present, he is Assistant Professor and Head of the Department, PG Teaching Department of English in Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University since 2011. He is also PhD supervisor since 2014 and 3 research scholars have successfully been awarded with PhD degrees under his able guidance. He has 50 plus research articles in journals, conferences and books to his credit. He has authored 2 journal books and is an editor of the New Literary Horizon, which is an international journal of creative and critical writing in English. It will take long day to mention all the achievements and successes, but to refer few, he held membership of the Board of Studies and of RAC, coordinator for refresher course and short-term course in English at UGC HRDC. Last but not least, he was a resource person at number of conferences, workshops, seminars. So thank you and welcome, sir, on the desk. Next, I take the opportunity to introduce our resource person, Dr. Masha Mashfiran. She did her PhD from Savitribai Phule Pune University and her master's degree in teaching English language from the same. She started her teaching career in 2013 as a lecturer at Salahuddin University Language Center, Erbil, Iraq. She also worked as visitor lecturer at various colleges in Erbil. She was also the director of Learning Development Unit, Jihan University, Erbil. She had a huge experience as a resource person at 10 plus international conferences, seminars and webinars in various universities in India and abroad. She had also organized national and international level workshops, seminars, programs on higher education and training programs on quality assurance also. Not only that, she had been the chairwoman of annual national conference on national and global concerns in teacher education, Hyderabad, and 5th, 6th and 7th international visible conference on educational studies and applied linguistics, Erbil. She had participated in 32 international, 30 national and 20 university level seminars and conferences. She has also experience as an editor, senior editor of International Multidisciplinary Research Journal and editor of the Asian Journal of Education and Social Studies. So it will also take the long day to mention all her achievements and accomplishments. So I curb my words here, and having been given heed to the time, I curb my words and introduce in introducing our chairperson, resource person. I am sure that we will feel enriched with their knowledge and their all information and guidance. So without consuming more time, I request directly Dr. Masha ma'am to deliver her thoughts on the violence and gender. Masha ma'am, over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon everybody. Hello.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Alright, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, you are.
Alright. First of all, I would like to thank you, the coordinator, Gifare Madam, if I'm not wrong, for inviting me for this conference. I would like to extend my greetings for all the participants in the conference, International Conference on Language and Literature, Shankarlal, Khandelwal, Art, Science and Commerce College, Akola, Maharashtra in India, which is conducting on 5th April 2023. So my topic is about violence and gender. I'm going to introduce, give the introduction to the violence and gender. What is violence and gender? And why this topic is so important? All right, violence and gender are complex and interrelated topics that have been extensively studied by scholars across various disciplines, including psychology, sociology, criminology, and gender studies. Violence refers to any act of behavior that results on a physical, sexual, emotional harassment of an individual or harm to individual. Why gender is referred to that constructed rule. So gender-based violence is form of the violence that perpetrated against individual based on their gender, and its pervasive global problem. and that affects millions of people across the world. Yeah, so the researcher has been shown gender is the key factor. Gender is the very, very important factor for this sort of experiences or for this kind of violence among people. For example, men are more likely to prepare physical violence than women, while women are more likely to experience sexual violence and imitate a partner. So here it comes the fact, mostly the men are the ones who are violating, and the woman is the one who has been harassed. So there are various reasons for that, which I'm going to explain later. And then understanding this complex and the relationship between the violence and gender is very, very crucial, and developing the effective ways to prevent this sort of complex is very, very important strategy. Scholars and participants have developed a range kind of intervention aimed at the prevention and responding to gender-based violence, including educational programs, which us as a teachers are responsible for that, and advocacy campaign, which is called violating their rights, and then you are harming them, you are sort of harassing them. According to the World Health Organization, violence is defined as the international use of physical force or power or threatened or actual against one. Now, if you try to use your physical force or physical power or threaten somebody actually in a real life against someone, is the gender-based violence. And then gender, on the other hand, refers to the social, cultural, and psychological characteristics associated with being male or female. Now, here, it's not that I'm certain you all are aware of the changes in today's life, and you know that many are transgender, many are having different sorts of relations. So it depends. Gender depends to what kind of definition we have given them in the society, and not only physically, but also psychologically. And then the characteristics are shaped by social norms and values and expectations. So it's not just it's not just the psychological characteristics, but also it is associated with social norms and values and expectation, which are people around you or surrounding people or people in the society are expecting this sort of behavior. So here I come to the gender-based violence. Now, this one refers to any form of violence, as I already explained, or any form of abuse against one individual or a group or a family that is called gender-based violence. Basically, what one is doing, one is using his or her physical power to harm somebody or group of people, and then basically threaten them. Now it can be physically, it can be psychologically, it can be verbally. So that is how the definition is. And then there are many researchers who have studied this topic because it is very, very important, particularly in today's life. Basically, they give more attention, and many people are studying this important topic. And then we have the Judith Butler, which is a philosopher and gender theorist who has written extensively on the social construct of gender and how gender norms and experiences are enforced throughout the violence. Again, Kimber is mentioning that feminism theorists who coined the terms of this sort of violation to describe the ways which different forms of oppression, such as racism, even racism called as a gender-based violation, or sexism, or any sort of threat which is sort of harassment or bothering someone or harming someone. Now here Nancy comes with a political theory who has written about the concept of social justice, and then how this issue of gender and race and class interest to create a integrated society, the society which is integrated, and there is no and there is a social justice in that society, and there is no racism, and there is no threat for the human being. And now Michael comes with the sociological and gender scholar who has studied the ways in which masculinity is when the man or woman is trying to use their muscle, basically their power. The masculinity is constructed and enforced, and how this can lead to the violence. Now, if somebody is feeling powerful, they feel they have right to violate the other's rights. That is how it comes. And then how this act can lead the violence against women and marginalize a group of people. Now here we have Raven, which is a sociologist who has written extensively on a concept of hegemonic masculinity, which refers to the dominate from the masculinity in a giving society. Now, the power basically you are giving to an individual based on their muscular, based on their power. So that is what society is actually giving, and how this can lead the one to the violence or oppression. Now here we have the reasons for the violence and gender, why this act happens, why people tend to do that. There are various reasons. There are a variety of complex factors that contribute to the violence here. Again, I would like to mention that we are not here objecting only one sex or one gender. Obviously, we are just discussing about both the genders. That can also happen to the male as well as but the number, the statistics shows that basically females are much more victim than male. But then it's not that it never happens to the male. Here are some of the most cited reasons for violence and gender, which are I'm going to mention about each one. One is the partial attitude in many societies this study is deeply ingrained, and those attitudes can lead to the gender-based violence. Now, here it comes to the exactly violence against women. Now, researchers are showing that this kind of attitudes are significant and predictor of a violence against the woman. Now, gender socialization. Boys are often socialized to be aggressive and to see violence as an acceptable way to resolve their conflicts. So from childhood, if you observe the boys and girls games or plays, or if you observe them at the school, you see that the male is tending, the male group or the boys are often trying to use their power, sort of their muscularity to resolve the conflict. So here it comes, the gender socialization comes to that point. And then we have the power imbalance, when the power in the society is not balanced between men and women, which also can lead to the violence. Men may feel entitled to expert power and control over the woman, and then violence may be seen to maintain this power. So basically, the power they have, they try to use it against the woman, and then they try to violate it, and then to maintain this power or the control, they try to violate the other's rights. And then the alcohol and drugs are obviously a very important factor. Alcohol and drugs also can increase the risk of violence. Now, that can include the gender-based violence, that can include the substance use, which it lowers the inhibition of to lead the impulsive behavior of the one, and also use an excuse to justify what they are doing. So this can also lead to another sort of violence. Economic and social stress is very, very important factor which contributes to the violence. When individuals are under any sort of stress, they are more likely to use violence to cope with their emotions. But then that is also another justification for their act. Now, cultural and religional beliefs. Cultural, obviously, and religional beliefs also can contribute to this fact that violence against women is often seen in different cultures and different religions, viewing women as a property to the man. And then violence against women also may be acceptable or necessary in a certain situation. So they just believe that according to their culture or according to their religion, the woman is their property, and then they can act however they want, and they can just treat the woman however they like, and this act is being accepted by the opposite sex. Now, the childhood experience is very, very important. Obviously, we all know as a teacher, when the child is observing or experiencing any sort of violence or abuse during their childhood, they tend to have violent behavior towards others to resolve their conflicts. And then if they have such a bad experience in their childhood, they are more likely to use violence as a coping machine, because they do have this conflict within themselves, and they try to they try to do it. They try to redo it in their life, and then that is a sort of coping machine for them to protect them. And these are just few of many factors that can contribute to violence and gender-based violence, which are addressed. So, sorry, 1 second. I missed the slide. 1 minute. Okay, what are the solutions for this act? What are the solutions for this sort of violence? What are the solutions? How can we stop it? We as a teacher are having very, very important role in that, because we are the ones who are teaching the students and sending back to the society. So we are a very important role model for the students, as well as, I would say, for our colleagues, to stop this act or find out appropriate solution for this. Violence against women and gender-based violence, again, is a very, very complex issue which requires multi-factor approaches. We are having a very, very important role, but again, we need to cooperate with the society. We need to cooperate with the parents. We need to call up the parents and just discuss the students' issue. But here is the first and very, very important point: education and awareness. When we are raising the education and awareness of the children or school students, we are actually stopping them violating others, and then we are contributing a very big portion of violence against women and gender-based violence. This can include teaching children and young people about healthy relationship, and then consent and the respect of the others. Yes, please.
नाही, मराठीवाल्यांना गुगल मीट वर जॉईन करायचं आपल्याला याच्यावर.
All right, legal and policy measures also can help to ensure that the prospective people who are violated others' hand will be held accountable for their actions, and that victims would have access to the justice and support system that can include laws and policies that criminalize the violence, sexual harassment, and other forms of gender-based violence. And then the support service, victims of the violence and gender-based violence require the very, very strong support systems such as counseling, which we do have nowadays in schools, colleges. We have the counselor, which you can just go and talk to them and discuss your issues. And then, but then that counselor also has a very, very important role, because the counselor should comfort the student, comfort the one who has been abused, and then the victim must trust the counselor and then discuss the issues, and then medical treatment and legal advices. Medical treatment, they should receive the medical treatment. Now many governments are providing that, but there are many NGOs who are helping for the victims to get to receive their medical treatments, and then legal advices. We can just send them to the right lawyer or advocate, and then they will advise them what are their legal rights. And then this service can help the victims to recover from the trauma they have experienced, and then they can easily rebuild their lives. Economical empowerment is very, very important when where it helps to reduce this helps to reduce the voluntarily of women to the violence, because mostly when women are dependent on their husband, and then the husband is paying the life expenses, they are most likely to be a victim. But then if they are empowered economically, they tend to stop this voluntarily being a victim. So we should just we should just empower the economic of the victim, so they won't be a victim again. Or social. I go back to number 4. I'll give you another example. For example, if you have a daughter, you make sure that she's earning. You make sure that she has received a good education, and she's independent, and then she gets married, because it's less likely to be victim of any sort of violation. Now, here it comes to the social and cultural changes, which is very, very important in this sort of violation. It includes any kind of initiatives that promotes the positive image of a woman or girls, and then challenge the nation for the muscularity, the power of muscularity, which the nation or the society or the law is giving to the men, and then challenge it and try to change it. All right, there are many organizations working on these issues around the world, including United Nations, which are having sustainable development goals, and then which is UN Women, which is violence against women, and then World Health Organization. They are having the global and regional dissemination of the violence against women. These are the link below I have mentioned. So there are many, many NGOs, establishments. There are many laws which in different countries they are initiating, and then they are changing, because they don't want to have this sort of victims within the society, which the way I mentioned earlier, will keep passing. If somebody has a childhood trauma, then that person will treat another person and violate the other person's right, and then the other person will, it's like a chain, so it will keep passing on. So to stop this kind of problems in the society, many organizations have been established, and many laws have been passed, and then many individuals or groups are working on that. Here we come on the role of teacher. Now, what is our role? The important part of this discussion. The violence and again, gender issue is very complex, and then it is profound impact on the individual and society. Now, here the teacher role comes. Teachers play a very crucial role in addressing these issues in the classroom, as they have the power to shape the students' attitude and behavior. I give you an example. When you send your child to the school, nursery or school, after a few months, you feel like the kid has been changed. Now, if you observe it, you'll see your kid, your daughter or your son is copying exactly what teacher is doing. So whatever they see, they just copy it, because teacher, as we say in Hinduism, also is a human being. God, after God, it's the it's the teacher is the one which we worship. So basically, when you send your child to the school, after a few months, you understand that she or he is copying what teacher was doing in the classroom. So we as a teacher are having a very important role and a very powerful role to shape our students' attitude and behavior around the gender and the violence. Now, very important way for teachers to address this kind of violence and gender issue is by educating students about gender, about violence, about the impact of this act in the society or in a community or in an individual. It also can help the students to develop their critical thinking skills and challenge the harmful attitude in the society. So when our students are learning the right attitude from their teacher, they try to challenge or stop any harmful attitude or behavior in the society. And another important role that teachers play in creating a safe and inclusive learning environment. Now, having a safe environment, having inclusive learning environment in the classroom is teacher's job. And now, teacher also can do these sort of things by establishing a very clear rules and regulations and expectation of behavior which are addressing this kind of incidents between boys and girls, between boys and boys, between girls and girls. Now, this also can help the students to feel valued. Now, if you want to give the value to your to an individual, if you want to make the individual feel important and valued, you should just create a right and then acceptable character and then behavior, and then those who are challenging any sort of behavior, and then when they feel they are doing something, they feel they have been valued and respected, and then create an environment which they feel safe in, that where they feel supported in that. It's not that I just say something, but then if a teacher comes to me addressing an issue, I don't give the appropriate response, or I don't support, or she or he doesn't feel safe. That is not the way. When we are trying to make our students a good global citizenship, also we are trying to shape their character. Also, we are giving them a safe and secure and supported environment. Teachers also can advocate to the policies that promote the gender equality. And then this can include the policies that addresses the sexual harassment on gender-based violence, as well as the policies that promotes the gender inclusive education. By advocating for these policies, teacher can also again create more equitable and more justice society. It is also important to the teacher to model a positive behavior and provide support to the victim. Again, here we are having teachers also can engage their parents and family members and discuss about gender-based violence, and then inform them the necessary acts towards this sort of violence, and then teach them how they can establish a safe home for their children. And then, of course, conferences, workshops, and then community events can be very, very useful. Also, teachers can continuously educate themselves. It is not that I know this and that's it for me. No, we have to just keep educating ourselves by attending these professional events, and then conferences, seminars, and then reading the relevant researches and literature, and then participate in any form of online or offline formats or the communities. And then finally, it is essential for teachers to continuously educate themselves about the gender and violence issue. And then by doing that, they would be informed that the latest research and literature and resources available are better understanding and to solve this conflict within the human being, and then this complex nature of those issues, and provide more effective support to their students. That's it for me. The conclusion is, again, I'm going to repeat the crucial role of the teachers are addressing this kind of violence and then promoting the gender equality in the schools and beyond the schools and education system. And then again, I'm emphasizing on creating safe and inclusive environment for all the students, and then helping the parents to understand the reality and then support the victims of this sort of acts. Here are the references, and then thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Your thoughts and views will definitely encourage and motivate us for our further research endeavors. So we will turn to the next session of next episode of our session, that is the presentation of the researchers. Firstly, we will go to the online research presentations. So I request all the researchers just that they should not prolong their presentation more than 3 minutes, because there are a crowd of researchers are waiting for their turn. So first of all, I invite Dr. Disha Khanna ma'am to present her paper. Dr. Disha Khanna ma'am, can you hear me?
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Okay, proceed.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible. Go for it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the honor. So, very good afternoon to everyone. So, I'm thankful for this one-day international conference that is on language, literature, a form of social discourse. And I'm a part of the technical session 3. And thanks to Dr. Sandeep Joshi, who has been the chairperson for my session, and to Dr. Masha, who really spoke well. It was actually mashallah. So my topic that I've taken up is depiction of utopian society in the works of Khalil Gibran. So we all know that living in a utopian, a dreamy, a fantasized setup of living is a catch-22 situation. But laureates like Khalil Gibran, who is a Lebanese writer, and via his works, he depicted a very idyllic setup. So Gibran has penned down optimistically about a utopian world, and he really wants each
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all the esteemed persons present over here. I am Pragati Telang, research scholar, Barkatullah University, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh. My topic is realism as portrayed in Henrik Ibsen's The Pillars of Society. According to Gustav Courbet, the essence of realism is its negation of the ideal. In terms of literature, realism is a style of writing, art, or film that shows things as they are in life. Many intellectual developments in the first half of the 19th century stimulated realism. Among these was the anti-romantic movement in Germany, with its emphasis on the commoner as an artistic subject. This research paper takes a deep dive into realism and what it looks like, according to the playwright Henrik Ibsen, mainly through the play Pillars of the Society. Though Ibsen was not the first realist dramatist, but he remains its most influential practitioner. Social evils were prevalent during Ibsen's time, mainly bulky urbanization driven by the setup of new industries in cities, an increase in population due to decreased death rate, massive unemployment, low agricultural productivity, conflicts between science and godly faith, feminist revolutions, and several catastrophic events causing a severe upheaval in the society. All these tribulations needed revelation and public notice for social consciousness and disillusionment. The prevailing literary styles of romanticism and idealism involve fantasy and impractical magnanimity, respectively, and thus failed to portray the actual socio-political scenario. The central trait of Ibsen's plays was his interrogative approach to his audiences, who would be asked to find suitable replies themselves. This play raises a significant question about who can be the pillars of society. The answer is that the pillars of any society are honesty, truth, and sacrifice. The central character Barnik lacked all these attributes but remained a pillar of society. Ibsen's characterization exposes reality through a deeply laid plot and mocking approach, forcing his audiences to think and contemplate what is moral and what is amoral. This play was entirely different from the early plays of Ibsen. It was the first play in which Ibsen employed the narrative techniques of social realism and truthfully depicted the flawed lifestyle and socio-political evils of the 19th century Scandinavian society without using any romantic tools. Thus, the play initiated Ibsen's realist literary phase. The themes discussed in this play was relevant not only in the 18th century era, but also in the present times. The hypocrisy of political and religious leaders, the general public buying every agenda someone tries to sell, lack of reasoning, greed, selfishness, discrimination against women, and many other elements are still applicable. In this play, Ibsen has captured the accuracy of societal norms, general conduct, and ability to portray the bitter truth perfectly. The main aim of this play was for the readers to go through introspection and be aware of the realism around them and not dwell in a fantasy mindset too much. Such awareness is also mandatory to be spread among the general public because being aware of the reality without any romanticism helps in the development of better cognitive and reasoning skills of the human mind. It is also helpful in facing problems, coming up with practical solutions for the said problem. More importantly, knowing that society is not divided between good and evil is essential. An equal amount of both good and evil is present in everyone. The choice of which side to act on is unique to every individual, and that is what makes the difference in society. This is what realism is about, and this is what Ibsen, the father of realism, has tried to convey through his plays. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Am I audible? Yes, sir. My greetings to everyone. So the topic of my research paper is Khalil Gibran as a social reformer and appraisal of selected works. So Khalil Gibran, he was a eminent Lebanese American bard, and he stood out as the torchbearer of social reform and harbinger of universal amity and brotherhood through his revolutionary writings. Being an extremely sensitive, vigilant, and keen observer of men and manners, he exposed the glaring vices of Middle Eastern Arabian society. He made scathing attacks on the state, church, and clergy. He deplored the miserable condition of women in society. This research paper is an attempt to explore and understand Gibran, the essential social reformer, through his selected works, namely Spirits Rebellious, The Broken Wings, Secrets of the Heart, and Between Night and Morn. So I'll, very shortly, I'll tell about the main books that I've dealt with in this research paper. First is Between Night and Morn. Now, in this collection, there is this story called The Tempest, which is the inaugural story of this anthology. And in this, there is a character called Yusuf Al-Fakhri, who is a social outcast, and he goes on to live in a hermitage following his self-imposed exile. And he cites the reason of his disapproval of society. And he says, I left civilization because I found it to be an old and corrupt tree, strong and terrible, whose roots are locked into the obscurity of the earth and whose branches are reaching beyond the cloud. But its blossoms are of greed and evil and crime, and its fruit is of woe and misery and tear. Crusaders have undertaken to blend good into it and change its nature, but they could not succeed. They died disappointed, persecuted, and torn. Through the words of Yusuf Al-Fakhri, Gibran launches a scathing attack on societal ills. He highlights the deep-rooted maladies of the society and also lauds the reformers who have tried to bring about a positive change in the society. A deep tone of pessimism runs in his voice when he admits that even the noblest souls who strived selflessly for the betterment of society were tormented and persecuted. And Gibran was dead against slavery of all kinds. He was a strong supporter of independent and liberal society that promoted freedom of expression and safeguarded human rights of its citizens. In the parable Slavery, he regrets over the fact that man is enslaved in so many ways. And I would just come up in a moment. I'd like to present the gist of my research paper. Khalil Gibran was a bona fide visionary and activist who carried out a relentless battle against societal malpractices and arduously tried to reform the society. His viewpoint was universal, humanistic, and all-embracing. He had dreams of a world based on equality, justice, dignity of labor, emancipation of women, and a religious order committed to service of humanity. He was dead against exploitation and atrocities of any kind. What pained him most was the animosity of man towards man. Lack of sympathy and benevolence leads to all evils of society. Through his writings, he waged a war against injustice. His novels, poems, articles, letters, parables all contain a reformist flavor. Over the past years, his social doctrine has gained more significance and his views are more applicable and suitable in today's time than even in his own age. So we can say that Khalil Gibran was an upholder of human rights and the dignity of mankind, and his earnest appeal was in favor of liberty, equality, and fraternity. His literary creations are a mirror image of his philosophy as a social reformer and thinker, providing a critical answer to his creations. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Next, Dr. Shalini. Dr. Shalini, ma'am, if you are online, you can read your paper. Next is Soha Irshad. Soha Irshad, if you are present here online.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone present here.
Okay.
So today I will be presenting my paper on the topic, a comparative study of Othello and Onkara in relation to its social discourses. An illustrious English playwright, poet, and actor, William Shakespeare, largely recognized as the greatest English language author and the greatest playwright in history. Coming to Vishal Bharadwaj, an Indian film director, screenplay writer, producer, and the composer. The 2006 film Omkara, directed by Vishal Bharadwaj, is an adaptation of William Shakespeare's play Othello from 1604. This research seeks to investigate the social discourses of Shakespeare's Othello from that time in relation to Vishal Bharadwaj Omkara in the present time. The research would achieve this by the study of class differences in women's status in relation to comparison between the two historical periods, that is, the time when Othello was written and the present time when Omkara was being produced. Comparative research is the process of comparing two or more things with the aim of understanding more about one or all the things being compared. Sorry. I will be contrasting Othello with Omkara in this study. And then discourse generally refers to everyday talk or discussion. Expert scholars, however, view discourse as encompassing all types of communication. The open and vigorous debate of social norms and generally recognized rights and wrongs in the referred to as social discourse, taking a conversation over whether a subcultural lifestyle such as assaulting women is acceptable in society, its repercussions on society, the degree of personal autonomy, and whether such a subcultural lifestyle is outlawed by society are examples of social discourses. The production of cultural approach also emphasizes how the system in which the cultural symbols are produced. In its critique of deeply ingrained cultural conflicts in modern India and the Indian diaspora, the oppression of women who work within a traditional patriarchal system, while also rebelling against in what the changing cultural ideas in Indian society, the adaptation of Omkara diverges from the original play Othello. These deeply rooted beliefs that have long subjected Indian women to oppression and women are being called into question and being requested to refrain by the video. Omkara skillfully modifies the plot and the viewpoint to highlight ideas of honor and responsibilities that are important to Indian culture. I will argue that Bharadwaj deviates from the standard in his representations of Amelia as Indu. Konkana Sen has played the role of Indu, and Desdemona, who is Dolly in the movie. Kareena Kapoor Khan has played the role of Dolly. In the film concluding sequence, to both emphasize and elevate these women's struggle in a patriarchal society, both tales have tragic endings. But while Dolly and Indu are given agency in Bharadwaj's version of scene to redefine, challenge, and in some way destroy oppressive ideologies of honor and responsibility, framing patriarchal institutions of marriage and family, the two characters are completely helpless and passive victims in Shakespeare's original Othello. The institution of marriage is a major issue in Omkara, underlined by Dolly's constituted martial status and her unusual marriage, while influence the expectations and constraint placed in her and how she navigates and resists them throughout the film. I will be concluding my paper by saying to highlight the ideologies of honor and responsibilities in the institution of marriage and family that are important to Indian audiences. Bharadwaj adopts the misogynist criticism and issue of Elizabethan society that are still largely pervasive in modern Indian culture in his performance of Othello as Omkara. Bharadwaj empowers both characters in their marriages and families with his several depictions of Dolly and Indu in the film ending sequence, while also emphasizing the barriers of their autonomy in a patriarchal society. Omkara is particularly significant in his critique of conflict caused by the patriarchal resistance to shift feminist culture ideals that attain the male ego, oppressive ideologies, and deeply ingrained culture that have forced women to operate within a system that has oppressed them since time immemorial while fighting against them. This is because India has one of the highest rates of gender-based violence in the world. Othello and Omkara both show patriarchal world fight. The social concern, that is, women's subjugation, is clearly followed and shown in Othello and the adapted film Omkara as well. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Next is Navita Malani, ma'am. Present here.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Navita Malani from Srimati Radhabai Sarda, Arts, Commerce and Science College, Anjangaon, Soji. The topic for my presentation is a journey of spiritual awakening through Dr. Jagruti Vyas Trivedi's GL Life. Friends, GL Life is an anthology of poetry published in July 2022. All the 43 verses comprised in GL Life knocks gently on the sensibilities of the readers and takes them on a pilgrimage, serene and spiritual. So next slide, please. Can you show it in slideshow mode, sir, please? The readers find the pearls of wisdom, patience, self-introspection, divine realization, optimism, compassion, elevation, and so on when they go through the poetry of real life. The very first poem, my poem, in the book, re-emphasizes the concept of Garbha Sanskar. Dr. Vyas looks at the process of poetic creativity with the same sacredness and sanctity as a mother looks at the birth of her child. The travels continue till she starts sprouting out. Her perfume pervades my entire existence. Her voice soothes me as some celestial light alights the earth. My poem is born, giving me a new birth. These lines are from my poem. In the poem, The Sense Trap, the poet says, the human soul is trapped in the world of sensory pleasures and fail to realize the divine presence. The joy of material pleasure received through the sensory world resists the realization of divine in human life. In the poem Mirage, the poet feels the divine presence interacting with her and reminding her the higher purpose of life. The voice asks me of my deeds, what so far did I do? And the promise that I made to self when I came from the blue. I didn't know what to say and couldn't judge myself. Lost in the mediocre routine of life, the answer I hardly knew. Friends, these lines from Mirage echoes Wordsworth's lines from Ode on Intimations of Immortality, where Leo Wordsworth talks about vacuum in human life and reminds us the forgotten promises of our soul. In the poem Pain, the poet encourages the readers to introspect our own deeds. Pain works like a catalyst and brings out the catharsis of soul and makes it feel lighter. Aristotle's concept of catharsis is re-emphasized by Dr. Vyas in her poem Pain. Dr. Vyas reasserts the theory of spiritual upliftment. Friends, poetic eras may change, but not the eternal reality. The thought which was once asserted by George Herbert in his poem The Pulley, the same thought is reasserted by Dr. Vyas in her poem Pain in a very, very convincing manner. In the poem Karma, the poet unfolds the secret of birth, death, rebirth, actions and results, sowing seeds and getting fruits. She relates the theory of karma with Newton's third law of motion. She says action and reaction are opposite and equal. This present birth that we got is nothing but a sequel. The poem The Torch Bearers is the zenith of optimistic attitude in the anthology of Dr. Vyas. The poet talks about the virtues of goodness, mercy, help, compassion, sympathy, etc., which are still practiced by a few good people in the world, and the world survives over these virtues. The poet says, yes, the world survives. One single star dispels the dark. One single hand steals your bark. One single hand holds you hard and gets you through. Yes, the world survives. So friends, dear life, the poetical collection by Dr. Vyas received a great appreciation and very positive reviews also. Its foreword has been given by Dr. Ashutosh Zavrekar, and he appreciates the spiritual strain in the poetic art by Dr. Vyas. The book has received a huge positive response on national and international level for touching the sensibilities of modern readers. The book has been on bestseller list of Amazon within just a month of its publication for a quite few time. And last but not the least, Dear Life by Dr. Vyas recalls us the staunch romantics and mystics like Wordsworth, Shelley, Keats, Tagore, Aurobindo, Browning, Tennyson, and so on. Thank you very much, friends, for a patient listening. Thanks a lot.
Hello. Atik Hussain, please go with your research presentation.
A very good afternoon, everyone. I hope I am audible. Respected chair and all my fellow presenters, my paper is entitled Draupadi and Rudali, a depiction of the marginalized women in the works of Mahashweta Devi. Due to the paucity of time, I'd just like to highlight the main points of my paper. An illustrious Bengali author, Mahashweta Devi is also a well-known social advocate and revolutionary. Her writings are flavored with socio-political instances, and therefore she uses her text as a tool to provide voice to the voiceless, marginalized, and downtrodden sections of the society who are often oppressed and subjugated. In her works is a vivid depiction of the lower class people, and in doing so, she also explains the socio-political propaganda, which is the root cause of such alienation. Mahashweta Devi's Rudali and Draupadi are the focus of my paper. The present paper brings to light the themes of gender bigotry and brutality while also highlighting the journey of resistance and the status of subaltern in the 20th century's Indian society. Rudali is an ironic account of the mistreatment struggle that a woman endures because of being born into a low birth. It chronicles her personal transition into a Rudali, which is a professional mourner who laments at the funeral of the upper class people. Tears have here been commodified. In this regard, Anjum Katyal has stated, grief is turned into a commodity and mourning is labor. If sorrow is controlled by the imprisoned, tears can be used as a source of earning by professional mourners. Her subordination begins when she is named after the day she was born. Sanichri means Saturday, which testifies her subordination in course of the story as an inauspicious woman whose presence is considered baneful. Even the psychological aspect of her mourning is governed by the religion and rituals of the upper class. She did not cry when her mother-in-law passed because her husband and brother-in-law were in prison. The only thing that mattered to her that night was to cremate her before the dawn. Her life had never been better. The loss of her closed ones repeatedly triggered the same psychological subjugation in her life. When her brother-in-law and his wife died, the village was in chaotic state as the landowners publicly announced that they would throw all the lower caste out of the village. All her aspirations of a better life with the husband came crashing when his husband died from cholera, leaving her alone with her son. Although grief-stricken, she wasn't allowed the opportunity to cry her heart out or to express her emotions in any way. She can be thus looked at as an epitome of survival, a woman who couldn't cry on the death of her closed ones, made it her occupation, symbolizing her journey from marginalized to an empowered woman. She gave the malicious upper class people a taste of their own medicine by bringing along nearly 100 Udalis to lament over their death. The another short story that I've taken up for my research is Draupadi. Through Draupadi, Mahashweta Devi explores the trends that depicts realistically the life of a tribal woman. The protagonist here is a victim of the class propaganda in the post-colonial paradigms of Indian subcontinent, and with the subtle yet skillful development of the plot, she portrays how Draupadi, the essence of an ordinary wife who struggles to make sense of her life and identity when the tribal traditions were in utter conflict with the rise of modern values and fledgling nationalism was eroding the mindsets of people as a result of the colonial domination. During one of her outrageous tribal revolutions against the government, she is caught and taken captive. Once she has been captured, she is tricked into providing information about her traveling companions. She is held in custody for third degree because of how dedicated she is, and it isn't until the government officer issues an order to rape her.
The famous Chirharan of Draupadi from Mahabharata is recontextualized by Mahashweta Devi, and in doing so, she depicts that unlike Draupadi, who was saved by miracle of Lord Krishna, Draupadi undergoes multiple assaults, and in spite of all the pain, tyranny stands firm and asserts her identity.
In conclusion, through both the stories, Mahashweta Devi portrays a creative genius in creating various characters, cemetery and Draupadi, who become a metaphor for defiance and regaining identities. She also attempts to showcase how women suffer more subjugation than men, even in the same social cultural paradigms, and therefore are doubly marginalized.
Please continue your presentation. For the attempt.
Do not lower the courage to fight and in the face of adversity. This is all from my side. Thank you for being patient listeners. Have a good day.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Next is Dr. Radhika Mukherjee.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes. I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present my paper. The title of my paper is Social, Cultural and Spiritual Aspects in Rabindranath Tagore's Poetry, Gitanjali. Rabindranath Tagore, largely, he was regarded as the outstanding creative artist of the early 20th century India. He was a renowned poet, short story writer, song composer, playwright, essayist, and a painter. He was also a great social and religious reformer, cultural ambassador, and a great humanitarian. He was greatly significant in presenting our Indian culture to the West and vice versa. In India, Tagore became a great living institution, and for the world, he became the voice of India's spiritual heritage. In 1913, he became the first non-European to receive the Nobel Prize for Literature for his English translation of Gitanjali, that is, Song Offerings. Gitanjali appeals to the readers with its oceanic depth, expressed in simplicity, richness, and variety, hopefulness, and divine affirmation, humanization of the divine, and also for the use of native imagery and symbols. Gitanjali throws light on the social, cultural, traditional, spiritual, and political statement of a nation. Through Gitanjali, Rabindranath Tagore depicts his spiritual voyage, towards the Supreme Being. This paper is an attempt to study the social, cultural, and spiritual aspects of Tagore poetry, that is Gitanjali. Tagore's poem, Where the Mind is Without Fear, is a prayer to God to elevate his countrymen, to make them free. He says that, they should think freely. The poet visualizes India as a free country where the people live without any kind of fear or oppression and hold their head high with pride, dignity, and self-reliance. He also says that knowledge should be attained, but without any restriction. There should be no discrimination based on caste, creed, color, religion. India must reach towards its goal of attaining freedom and become an ideal nation. The countrymen must possess noble thoughts and do away with all kind of superstitious beliefs that they defy logic and reason. In the poem Time is Endless, the poet describes about the endless time. Tagore, in this poem, he speaks about the nature of the time. The poet presents the idea that the time is endless and is in the hand of the Almighty God. He further adds that for God, there is no limit to time, as he has seen centuries pass by and he will continue to see for centuries to come. We mortals seem to be in a hurry to do so as much as possible, fearing that we might run out of time. We might get late and we will skip out our opportunities. In doing so, we tend to get impatient when we feel like time is running out of our hands, and yet there is a lot to achieve. The poet wants to convey that time is divine, yet one must not cling to it. We must value time as it is precious thing, but must also learn to live for the moment. In the poem In One Salutation to Thee, it is the last poem of the Gitanjali, where the poet describes desires to offer everything he has to the Almighty God. He surrenders himself, his senses, and all his belongings to God. He wishes to bend down his spines at the door of God, and he wants, relieve himself from all the burden which he has. And he feels like, he says that all my praises are only to you, my Almighty God. Let my praises flow just as the stream flows into the sea, so that all the songs will unite to form one stream and will flow into the eternal sea. The poet wants his soul to return back to his eternal abode, which is his original place. He wishes to fly to God just like the flock of homesick cranes flying day and night to complete their voyage and return to their nest in the mountains. It is the place where the poet sees he will attain the eternal peace and ecstasy. In Gitanjali, Rabindranath Tagore uses his imagination to express his spiritual truths and protest against the wrongs of the society. Thus, after having the close reading of the poems of Tagore, one can witness the poet's emphasis on the social, cultural, and spiritual aspects in Gitanjali. India was facing lots of problems, especially confrontation of the social, cultural, religious, and political situations under the British colonization. But through Gitanjali, Tagore offers us the unique combination of various themes which are necessary to uproot the depressing situations that prevailed in India in the past. Here I conclude my paper. Thank you.
Session is Rajiv Tade.
Thank you so much, sir. A very good afternoon to all present here. My name is Rajiv Tade. I am working as an assistant professor at Vinayak Vignan Mahavidyalaya, Nandgaon, Khandelwal. The topic of my presentation is a study of Bildungsrang qualities in the character of Daenerys Targaryen in the novel series A Song of Ice and Fire by George Richard Raymond Martin. Bildungsroman novel, we see the gradual growth in the main character of story. It is a tale of education in which the character typically experiences a loss of emotions and moral development over the course of his or her ideal journey. The Game of Thrones is considered to be the most popular television series of our era. The story is an adaptation of the epic fantasy novel series A Song of Ice and Fire by George Richard Raymond Martin. Having medieval background, the story engulfs its readers and the reader remains stuck to it like the story of ancient mariner. The story's main plot is battle between the living and the dead. The subplot is equally important, that is the fight for the throne of the seven kingdoms. The scheming and plotting in the greed of the throne makes everyone blind. Their own ambition destroys everything. Still, the character never gets off their greed. In this research paper, we are going to see the development in the character of Daenerys Targaryen, the different traits of her characters, and the titles won by her during her ideal journey. She is one of the most significant characters in the epic fantasy novel series. In the conclusion, I will say, Daenerys is the last living person in her family. She has gone through many traumatic situations, but the kind of temperament her character has shows makes the reader fall in love with her. Since her birth, she has had nothing but a name on which she built an empire of her own and fought for her ancestral seat. The research has focused on the titles won by Daenerys during her journey. It discloses the true fighting spirit of women. We see her loving her dragons as her mother, winning the heart of Khal Drogo, to sacrifice and ready to sacrifice everything for her love and her ambition. We also see her punishing backstabbing people and learning the game of the politics. Thank you so much for your patience with me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We know that there are so many are waiting online for their turn for the presentation, and there are offline also. But due to the lack of time, we have to conclude our session. So lastly, but not least, I will request Dr. Sandeep Joshi sir for his concluding remarks.
So good afternoon to one and all. After having a sumptuous meal, I guess it was tough for most of you, including myself, to attain this very academically rich session where papers and wonderful papers were presented. And see variety of topics, irrespective of whatever the theme of the conference was, have been incorporated. So, and we could not attend and we could not listen to all the papers, whatever the limited time we had. So starting with, and it is very difficult for me to give a critical review of each of the papers that were presented here. I would like to generally give a broad summary view of my impression of the whole theme of the conference as such, and some of the points that were brought up in the papers that were read that I would like to touch upon. The theme of this conference, language and literature, a form of social discourse, is a very comprehensive kind of a theme, and almost anything or whatever, regardless of the particular theme that was chosen, the paper that were presented, everything actually was included or was enveloped under this very broad title. Our resource person, who's Masha, this is a tongue twister, so it's very difficult for me to pronounce her name. So it was on violence and gender. And it was not specifically in the title, it was not mentioned whether the violence and gender was limited to either of the sexes, whether for male or female. It was applicable. It was a broad, open-ended type of a theme. So violence is not just limited to the female sex. As she spoke when she was talking on this, she said that even males are victims. This is what she said. But in the course of her paper, it was more and more narrowed down and concentrated on females only. So, and one important distinction that she made in her paper was how gender is different from biological sex. So we all know that the feminist Bible by Simone de Beauvoir, it was that classical statement that was made, a woman is not born but made. And quite pertinent to that, the process of socialization, gender socialization, is how a woman gets a position in the secondary position in the society, and how that position ultimately leads to her sorry status in the scheme of things. She has also enlisted number of reasons and factors behind this gender, the causes of gender. The broad ones were patriarchal attitude, gender socialization, power imbalance, alcohol and drug abuse or drug use, economic and social stress, cultural and religious belief, and childhood experiences. So this is a very important topic. Actually, this is the very concern, this is a big social problem, gender discrimination and gender inequality. And it comes very much under the purview of literature. The literature studies should primarily highlight social problems. When we say literature, how would we define literature? Literature is a mirror of society. So the social problems should form the core of literature study. And this topic in particular, violence and gender, and whatever ideas that came through this, were very much in line with the broad theme of the conference. And not only the problems were highlighted, but also solutions were suggested, and more or less on the conventional lines they were there. Education and awareness can be the key to solve the problems of violence and gender inequality, legal and policy matters, support system, economic empowerment, and social and cultural change. So even these things which we have been hearing since ages, which can solve purport, or that has been said, which can be the key to solve the problems of gender inequality, which we have been hearing since ages, but we still see that gender inequality persists in society. The problem still is very much there despite the key, the probable key we have. One of the reasons is perhaps education has not spread to every nook and corner. Not the society is not yet fully educated and civilized, and that is why this problem has not been taken at a very broad level. Only a few elite people who understand the problem have been able to tackle whatever were the requirements of the problems or the solution of the problem. There was another paper by Disha Khanna, Depiction of Utopian Society, in the work of Khalil Gibran, which unfortunately was quite inaudible. We couldn't hear, and it went begging. We couldn't actually collect what she wanted to say. The paper was not available. Even the gist was not available. One good paper which I could trace out was by Dr. Radhika Mukherjee on social and cultural aspects on Rabindranath Tagore's poem. Well, I want to just invite your attention on this problem. What is literature meant for? Is it meant for giving expression to one's personal view, emotions and feelings, or it can be a tool for solving or tackling the social problems? When we take this theme of social awakening, has that got some social relevance? We need to ask. Because social relevance, because social problems are also individual problems. When a person who is living in the society, the unit of society, is facing certain problem, and when he comes to terms with his problems and ultimately find certain solution, he can be a very helpful and active member of the whole social process, the social discourse, the social problems that we face. So first is individual problems also form a part of the social discourse. So that is why when such topics they come up, like spiritual awareness and all this, they too in some way can be related to social relevance. Dr. Thakur is here, and I think he would agree with this point, whether individual problems can be related to social problems. The theme of social, the spiritual awareness forms a part of social discourse. So what I would try to say here is, yes, let the individual first come to terms with his own problems, and once he attains a kind of stability, then he would contribute to the social problems. So social, what is cooperation or social contribution is possible when an individual will come to terms with his own problems. So that is very much what others also presented. For example, Khalil Gibran as a social reformer. This is a wonderful paper. I couldn't get all the points because of, again, there was some problem regarding the presentation and the voice quality also. So what is the purpose of literature? This is the important question that should come up through this conference, the theme of the conference. Why should we study literature? Literature, does it have anything very concrete to offer to the society? Because we are living in the 21st century. We need to ask, what is the real purpose? And so many solutions and so many ideas have been propagated. One was art for its art's sake movement was there. So literature for its own beauty, for its own pleasure. And it need not have any other function or relevance. But now everything, we are living in an age of accountability. Everything has to be accountable. We cannot exist free of cost, so to speak. We have to be accountable to somebody. There must be some reason or rationale behind our existence. And when we say literature is a part of social discourse, so it means literature has an important social role to perform. And through language and literature, we can address social problems very effectively, and solutions can be given to those social problems. Social awareness is one part. So the people of literature go or can contribute or can be instrumental in a very big way by raising social consciousness and social awareness. And this is an important function that is performed through literature. Consciousness raising and social awareness. When social awareness is propagated, it can bring in social change. So the process is, first you create social awareness through literature, and then social activists and social reformers would come up. They would mobilize all the mob and direct their energy on solving the social problems. So we need a leadership of some social leaders, like we had so many, Mahatma Gandhi and Dr. Ambedkar and Mahatma Jyotiba Phule. All these were social reformers. So social awareness was spread in the society, and under the leadership of such leaders, social problems were addressed. Overall, I think whatever the papers that have come up have really contributed to the idea that was very much behind the theme that was chosen for this conference, a form of social discourse. And we need to understand that social function and social solution or social awareness is an important and key role of literature and language as such. Not much to speak any further. I would just conclude with this. Thank you for calling me here and chairing this session.
For your words of wisdom, and you explained very well that there is a reciprocal relationship between society and literature. Thank you, sir. So let's to the concluding part of this session. On the behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my gratitude to Dr. Sandeep Joshi sir for his valuable presence for this session. I also propose my thanks to Dr. Masha ma'am to connect with us, and all the participants, researchers, readers, and all those who work hard for the success of this event. Thank you very much. व्हॅलिडेशनचं असं संस्कृत साहित्य ना आता just insert for a few moments. There will be valedictory function. Just in a few moments, there will be valedictory session by Dr. Jayashri Sakakaiman. Just for a moment.
हेलो क्या आवाज है? एकच ठाकूर सरांचं आहे सर. मोरे सर नाही आले ना सर, ते आल्याशिवाय नाही. I welcome one and all in the valedictory session of one-day international conference on language and literature, a form of social discourse by the Department of English of our college. Friends, for this valedictory function, we have Honorable Dr. Taratai Hathwani, President Shikshan Prasarak Mandal Akola as the President, and as a chief guest we have Honorable Dr. Avinash Noril Sir, Principal Mahila Mahavidyalaya Amravati with us. I welcome all of you again, sir. Now I request our Principal Honorable Dr. James Sabu Sir to please welcome Dr. Taratai Hathwani. Thank you, sir. Now I feel immense proud and pleasure to introduce our chief guest, Honorable Dr. Avinash Noril sir. We are honored to have a knowledgeable, versatile teacher, thinker, psychological counselor, and an innovative organizer. After serving as assistant and associate professor in Mahila Mahavidyalaya Amravati for 16 years, presently he is working as a principal of Mahila Mahavidyalaya Amravati since July 2021. He has completed his MA in English and MS in psychotherapy and counseling and is awarded with PhD in comparative literature. He worked as a Dean of Faculty of Humanities, Sant Garge Baba Amravati University Amravati during May 2019 to July 2021 and worked as a member of boards, Board of IT, Board of PG Education, Board of Interdisciplinary Studies, Board of Research, Board of Incubation and Linkages, Board of Lifelong Learning, Board of Examination and Evaluation, and Board of Deans. While shouldering the responsibility as the Dean of Faculty of Humanities, he dynamically worked as a core member to design the choice-based credit system to be implemented in our university from academic session 2021-22. He initiated starting new departments in university, Department of Sanskrit, Psychology, Performing Art, Prakrut, Shivaji Maharaj, a Nation Builder, Gender Sensitization, Bharat Shows, and Indian Constitution. He worked as a member of many committees. The committees to organize special program Train the Trainer, National Education Policy, and Committee to prepare frame of academic audit. He has research experience of more than 15 years. He has attended 7 national and 3 international conferences, published 22 research papers in the different journals of repute, completed 1 minor and 1 major research project funded by UGC. He had developed research module to be implemented for UG and PG students to foster research attitude among students. As working member of editorial board of an interdisciplinary peer-reviewed journal named Decision and Action Research Journal. His 3 books are published on Amazon Kindle titled Thoda Hai, Thode Ki Zarurat Hai, Photo Thought and Sahajats. Sells publishing weekly column in a local newspaper from last 7 years. He is a regular writer of articles in newspapers, periodicals and magazines on social and educational issues. His social contribution is also worth noticeable. He is working as a joint secretary of Navjivan Society, steering committee member of Gargi Baba Blood Bank and Component Center, vice president of Vidarbha Sahitya Sangha. He is delivering awareness lecture on many social and educational topics from last 15 years and conducting counseling sessions for girl students and addressed many psychological issues related to their day-to-day life. His organizational skills are appreciated by the NAAC as he implemented a very strong and effective system of academic administration in the college where all the teachers are involved to carry out the educational process by self-monitoring. His contribution is in every field he is working is a trendsetter for everyone. In one sentence, we can say, Nakalu dhimatam kashit avishayo nama, means there is no a single arena which an intellectual man does not know. I request Honorable Taratai to please welcome and felicitate Honorable Dr. Avinash Noril sir. Now I request Dr. Avinash Sote sir, Organizing Secretary for this conference, to present a report of the conference. Dr. Avinash Sote sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening to one and all. Most respected delegates, most respected dignitaries on the dais, participants, and my dear colleagues. Today, in this conference, we are in the valedictory session, and the responsibility of presenting this report is given to me. So, with the permission of the chair, I present my report here. This conference aims to bring language and literature together with other disciplines in assuming their sincere attempt in creating a better world for humanity. This conference attracted a large number of participants. We have nearly 105 registrations, out of which we have got 90 research papers published for publication both in English and Marathi language. The conference is divided into 5 different sessions. So in the beginning, today in the morning, the conference was started with the inaugural session. The inaugural session was chaired by Honorable Sri Gopalji Khandelwal, Secretary Section Prasarak Mandal, Akola. And the inaugural guest was Dr. Ashok, member of IAC. That session was followed by a keynote address. The keynote address was given by Dr. Rahul Kamble, Associate Professor from IFLU. Later on, the third session was there, which was the paper presentation and resource persons session. It was on online and offline both mode. And the chairperson of that session for the session was Dr. Jagruti Vyas ma'am from KL College, Amravati. That session, Miss Wangmu was present there. She was from Royal University, Bhutan. Later on, immediately after the lunch break, we had 2 sessions parallel, that is session 4 and 5th. The session 4 was conducted here in this hall, and session 5th, that is the session for Marathi papers, that was conducted on Google Meet simultaneously. For session 4 English, the session was chaired by Honorable Sandeep Ji Joshi sir, Head Department of English, Sant Garge Baba, Amravati University, Amravati. Dr. Masha ma'am was the resource person for the that session. Simultaneously, the session for Marathi language was going on Google Meet. Dr. Avinash Nuri sir chaired that session, and the resource person was Dr. Sudhir Nikam. He was Professor and Head Department of English, BNN College, Bhiwandi, Mumbai. And now we are in the final and concluding session of this international conference. So that was from report side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Aparitusha sadhumanye prayoga vijnana means unless and until the learned scholars are satisfied, one cannot claim his task successful. Yes, the feedbacks. I call upon Dr. Prithviraj Singh Thakur, GS College, Khanga, to share his experience. Dr. Thakur.
Thank you, madam. Respected dignitaries and friends, I am not used to giving feedback, but this is a kind of family gathering because I am a son-in-law of this city, and in the very next neighborhood, I have my in-laws' home. And that makes the feedback even more risky because Jamato Dashamagraha, there are 9 planets which torture you, and 10th is the son-in-law. The pain will still persist. only the mention will go away. But because this is a family gathering, I must say, first of all, that organizing anything these days, and that too of this scale, is not an easy task. I have, been very much aware of how hard the team has been working since last 2-3 months, because and any conference is has to be valued with the prior communication, the logistics, the feedback, the sessions, the team, everything. And you have been outstanding in all these things, and keeping a conference going on at 2 places simultaneously with online and offline both modes without any technical hiccup is itself an achievement. Because I have seen no technical hiccups from your side. There have been a few from the participants' side, and even during my presentation there was a non-technical hiccup from a participant's side, which I immediately corrected with the teacher's voice. But there has been no hiccup. The hospitality, everything has been very good. I am really afraid that I had missed a fair amount of talk by Dr. Ashok Thorat. I could, catch up only the last few remarks that he made. But what I lost was very well made up by my friend Dr. Sandeep Joshi. So it was also a very intellectually stimulating talk. Thank you so much. Thanks for giving this opportunity, and all the best to all of you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Honorable Dr. Ramesh Murray, sir, to guide us on this occasion.
The chairman of this valedictory function, the respected chairman of this society, Hathwani, the principal of this college, my esteemed friend Dr. Sabu, all the members of organizing committee, my esteemed friend Dr. Sandeep Joshi, all the participants, and the enormously working and hard-working staff of this college, the technical team. I'm so happy to be here and part of this conference in 2 capacities. Number 1 was I have chaired a session, and secondly now I am called on here to express my views. I'm indeed happy because, in last few 1 or 2 years, I have been working on national education policy, and I usually promote myself as a strong promoter of national education policy, because I personally feel that being a teacher, when from last 25 years, I have got a document for which I was waiting for years together. And everybody of us, if you minutely go through the proposals and the ideas which are presented in this document, we come to know that the things which we were lacking in our whole system, now they are in front of us. Now the problem is that everybody is now speaking about the implementation of that particular idea, whether it will be properly implemented or not. That is the issue. And the sentence written in the draft itself, that putting teacher to the heart of the system. Now that is the ideology on which the whole national education policy is set up. That it is, and it is accepted. It is very strongly proposed in that document that the one segment of this higher education or education who will be very much influencing and responsible for implementing this whole thing is the teacher. Teacher has to play a very key role in that. And when I was going through that draft, for 1 or 2 years, I have been studying that. Some of the things which I found that now these are the changes which are now
going to be implemented in our system. And to my pleasure, I am very happy to announce here that I have seen those changes actually getting implemented through this particular conference. So for that, Dr. Sabu, Tai, and everybody, those who are very much working hard for organizing this, you deserve lots of congratulations from all of us. It is very much important. The first thing which I got, that the multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary approach, which is now the future of education system. And I very tactically, Dr. Sabu has placed myself and Nikam sir as chief guest and the chairman of a session where all Marathi papers were presented. So the tactful notion of Dr. Sabu, I know it very well. I know he is my friend. And that is why I wish to use Marathi language also here to speak also. हे महत्वाचं याच्यासाठी आहे सर, की आतापर्यंत याच्या भाषेच्या मर्यादा आणि भिंती आहेत ना, या तोडण्याची वेळ आलेली आहे. आता कुठेतरी हातात हात धरून आपण पुढे गेलं पाहिजे. आणि ते जाण्यासाठी म्हणून इट इज व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट दॅट सच काइंड ऑफ ऑर्गनायझेशन शुड बी डन. नाही तर काय होते सर, आपण तुम्ही आम्ही इंग्रजीचे प्राध्यापक आहात, तुम्हाला मला माहिती आहे. इंग्रजीची जी कॉन्फरन्स असते ना, ती फर्स्ट फ्लोअरवर असते आणि मराठीची ग्राउंड फ्लोअरवर असते. पण त्याच्याकडे बघण्याचा दृष्टिकोन इंग्लिश म्हणजे इंग्लिश लँग्वेज ही सुपिरियरिटी दाखवणारी लँग्वेज नाही आहे. इट इज अ लँग्वेज ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन इफ वी गो ग्लोबली. इफ यू वॉन्ट टू कम्युनिकेट ग्लोबली, then this is just a tool. It is not a thing to present yourself or ourselves as a superior person. मराठी असो, संस्कृत असो, हिंदी असो, या प्रत्येक भाषांनी संस्कृती जोपासलेली आहे. आणि किंबहुना बरेच वेळा आता असं वाटतं की संस्कृत, मराठी आणि हिंदीमध्ये इंग्रजीचेही आपण अभ्यासक जास्त प्रभावीपणे राबवलेली आहे. हे मान्य केलं पाहिजे कुठेतरी. आणि म्हणून सर, इट इज व्हेरी मच, आय एम थँकफुल टू यू फॉर ऑर्गनायझिंग दिस मिक्सअप, मॅशअप ज्याला म्हणतात, आजकाल ते मॅशअप फार प्रसिद्ध आहे. हे असं करणं गरजेचं आहे. इट इज व्हेरी मच इम्पॉर्टंट. Second important thing which I found, that even in national education policy, hybrid structure of education system is to be implemented now. हे कुठेतरी कोरोना नंतर आपल्याला आता अडॉप्ट केलं पाहिजे. आणि ते अडॉप्ट करण्यासाठी म्हणून आपण जे म्हणजे ऑफिशियली आपण यावेळेस ऑनलाईन ऑफलाईन असं दोन्ही जे लिहिलं, दॅट इज व्हेरी मच इम्पॉर्टंट, की हे अशा पद्धतीनेच आता. आणि मुळात हे करणं म्हणजे या लोकांनी, जी टेक्निकल टीम आहे, एकदा यांच्यासाठी टाळ्या वाजवल्या पाहिजे. खरंच मी इथे आल्यानंतरही त्यांना सांगितलं की मी हे आधीपासून पाहतोय. म्हणजे शंकरलाल खंडेलवाल कॉलेज ही टेक्निकल आस्पेक्ट मध्ये जो एक गेल्या 2-3 वर्षापासून जो तुम्ही एक बेंचमार्क एस्टॅब्लिश केला ना, हॅट्स ऑफ टू यू, रिअली ग्रेट. मी इथले अनेक प्रोग्राम्स आणि अनेक इव्हेंट्स अटेंड केलेले आहेत, पण ज्या प्रकारे ऑनलाईन स्ट्रक्चर तुम्ही अडॉप्ट केलेलं आहे ना, ती ईज आता आली पाहिजे आपल्याला. आणि ती ईज तुम्ही आणलेली आहे. हा देखील एक नॅशनल एज्युकेशन पॉलिसी मधला महत्वाचा भाग आहे. ताई, आपलं अभिनंदन याच्यासाठी की तुम्ही पाठीशी असल्याशिवाय हे करू शकत नाहीत. तुम्ही खंबीरपणे पाठीशी आहात. आणि कारण हे सोपं नाही. आल्यावरच सांगितलं आणि मला हा कॅमेराच 1 लाख रुपयाचा आहे. मग 1 लाख रुपयाचा कॅमेरा मी घेतो असं म्हणून साबू सर आमच्या ताईंकडे जेव्हा जातील तेव्हा त्यांनी त्याला परमिशन देणं हा देखील महत्वाचा भाग आहे. इट इज इम्पॉर्टंट. सो दिस इज अ टीम वर्क विच इज गेटिंग रिप्रेझेंटेड इन अ व्हेरी वंडरफुल मॅनर. बट द थर्ड व्हेरी मच इम्पॉर्टंट थिंग टू विच आय विश टू हायलाइट द टॉपिक ऑफ दिस पर्टिक्युलर कॉन्फरन्स अँड विच इज समथिंग रिअली ग्रेट. हे अतिशय महत्वाचं आहे. इथे असलेल्या प्रत्येकाने आपण थोडासा विचार करू. आपण हा समाज तुमच्या माझ्याकडून काय मागतोय. आता बस झालं होते त्या टॅब्यूज मध्ये आणि त्या आयव्होरी टॉवर्स मध्ये बसणं आपलं बस झालं. काही गोष्टी स्पष्टपणे बोलूयात कधीतरी. सरांनी आता आपल्या फीडबॅक देताना सांगितलं, इट्स अ काइंड ऑफ फॅमिली गॅदरिंग, ऑल फ्रेंड्स आर सिटिंग हिअर. आणि म्हणून काही गोष्टी थोड्याशा स्पष्टपणे बोलूयात ना. ऑनलाईन जात असतील तरी चालेल. कधीतरी तर एक वेळ आली पाहिजे की टीचर म्हणून माझ्याकडून काय अपेक्षा आहेत, सोसायटी काय एक्सपेक्ट करते माझ्याकडून, कुठले एक्सपेक्टेशन्स आहेत. आणि कधीतरी एक दिवस संध्याकाळी देवासमोर जर बसत असू तर त्या देवासमोर बसल्यानंतर मला हा प्रश्न पडला पाहिजे की व्हॉट इज माय कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन टू दी एक्सपेक्टेशन्स ऑफ सोसायटी. त्या समाजाकडून समाज जे माझ्याकडून अपेक्षा करतोय त्याच्यामध्ये माझं कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन किती आहे, काय देतोय मी, काय करतोय मी. सकाळी उठल्यापासून तर संध्याकाळपर्यंतच्या माझ्या कामकाजामध्ये माझं कॉन्ट्रीब्युशन हे सिग्निफिकंट कसं राहील आणि कालच्या पेक्षा उद्या पुन्हा जास्त कसं राहील, हा विचार जेव्हा तुम्ही आम्ही करायला लागू ना, तेव्हा खऱ्या अर्थाने या नॅशनल एज्युकेशन पॉलिसी मधल्या शिक्षकाची भूमिका तयार होईल. आज स्थिती काय आहे ते कधीतरी इंट्रोस्पेक्शन सर. आणि आपण हा विषय जो निवडला ना, त्या विषयाच्या माध्यमातून विशेषतः लँग्वेजचे आपण सगळे टीचर्स आहोत म्हणून साहित्याचा अभ्यास, वी आर मोर एक्सपर्ट. We can introspect the things with more sensibility than other subjects. आपण दुसऱ्या सब्जेक्टला कमी म्हणत नाहीये, पण जिथे माणसाचं मन वाचलं जातं अशा पद्धतीच्या साहित्याशी जोडलेले तुम्ही आम्ही सगळे लोक आहोत. मग ते फक्त वाचायचं का, की ते समाजापर्यंत पोहोचायचं आणि समाज वाचून पुन्हा समाजाला नवी दिशा द्यायची, अशा पद्धतीचं एक सुंदर सर्कल तुम्ही आम्ही आता तयार करण्याची गरज आहे. कारण ती अपेक्षा आपल्याकडून आहे. विस्कळीत समाज आहे सध्या. तुम्ही आम्ही सोशल मीडिया बघा ना, ज्या तरुणांना तुम्ही आम्ही कॉलेजमध्ये शिकवतो त्यांच्या कमेंट्स बघा किती टोकाच्या आहेत. मी आता माझ्या सेशन मध्ये शेवटचं एक वाक्य फक्त उच्चारलं होतं की अवर स्टँड शुड बी नाव शुड नॉट बी कन्क्लुझिव्ह बट इट शुड बी इन्क्लुझिव्ह. आपला इन्क्लुझिव्ह स्टँड पाहिजे आता. आणि तुमचं माझं चॅलेंज आहे, मी तुम्हाला सांगतो, येणाऱ्या काळामध्ये आपण ज्या विद्यार्थ्यांशी डील करतोय त्यांची मानसिकता एका चांगल्या आणि अत्यंत पारदर्शी विचार दिशेनं नेण्याचं सगळ्यात मोठं चॅलेंज तुमचं माझं आहे. बघा पोरं काय कमेंट करतात. तुमचे माझे विद्यार्थी एखाद्या सोशल घटनेवर देखील किती टोकाच्या कमेंट करतात. अगदी एखाद्याचा जीव घेईपर्यंतच्या कमेंट्स देखील सहजच 21 वर्षाचा तुमच्या माझ्या वर्गातला पोरगा करून टाकतोय. त्याला सौंदर्य शिकवणार कोण? तो विद्रूपच पाहतोय ना, तो विद्रूपच दाखवतोय, तो विद्रूपच पोस्ट टाकतोय आणि त्या पोस्टला हजारो लाईक्स मिळवतोय आणि त्याच्यामध्ये समाधान मिळतंय. मग तिथे तुमच्या माझ्यासारखा साहित्यिक वर्डसरच्या कविता त्याच्या मनामध्ये बसवण्याचं काम करू शकतो, बालकवीच्या कविता त्याच्या मनामध्ये बसवण्याचं काम करू शकतो. आणि मग त्याला पहिल्या पावसामध्ये भिजण्याचा काय आनंद असतो हे साहित्याच्या माध्यमातून तुम्हाला मला शिकवता येऊ शकतं. दृष्टी बदलवता येते जीवनाकडे बघण्याची आणि ते काम तुमचं माझं आहे. The conference of what is the purpose of this organization? The purpose of this organization is that to see that how we are connected with society. Are we connected with society? Society wants us to lead them. हा मोठा प्रॉब्लेम आहे सध्या. काही अडचण नाही लोकांमध्ये. आपल्या मटेरियल गरजा ह्या तुमच्या माझ्या अनेक लोकांच्या सहज पूर्ण व्हायला लागल्यात. आता गरजा आहेत लाईफ स्ट्रक्चरच्या. आणि किती मोठ्या प्रमाणात गरज सध्या निर्माण झाली आहे, जी साहित्याच्या माध्यमातून तुमच्या माझ्यासारखे साहित्याचा अभ्यास करणारे शिक्षक ही गरज पूर्ण करू शकतात. म्हणून असल्या कॉन्फरन्सेसची गरज आहे. आज जे पेपर्स आपण सादर केले किती छान, ते कुठे कुठे काय काय आलेलं आहे. पण ते करत असताना पुन्हा मी माझं म्हणणं परत एकदा सांगू इच्छितो की टीचरनी कधीही टोकाची भूमिका मांडून एका दिशेनं आपलं मत चाललेलं आहे असं न करता वेगवेगळ्या दिशा दाखवून लोकांना चॉईस कसा करायचा हे शिकवलं पाहिजे. आता आपल्याला हे चॉईसेस कसे घेता आले पाहिजे हे शिकवता आलं पाहिजे. आणि मग हे तुमच्या माझ्या साहित्यामध्येच मिळते ना. Literature which is around us teaches us everything. Only thing is that we need to be facilitators. गेला जमाना आता तो जमाना गेला की ज्यावेळेस शिक्षक स्वतःला माझा ताई तुमच्या माझ्या काळामध्ये कोणता शिक्षक चांगला होता की ज्याच्या वर्गामध्ये पिन ड्रॉप सायलेन्स असायचा. आता पिन ड्रॉप सायलेन्सचा जमाना नाही आहे. आता माझ्या वर्गामध्ये पोरं बोलले पाहिजे. माझी पोरगी पुण्याला शिकते ताई, तिने मला 2 दिवस फक्त झाले होते आणि तिने मला फोन केला की बाबा इथे काहीतरी वेगळंच आहे. तिच्या कॉलेजमध्ये एक टीचर असा होता की ज्याच्या वर्गामध्ये स्टुडंट उभा राहून सांगू शकत होता, सर आय डोंट अग्री विथ यू. आर वी ऑफ दॅट माइंडसेट? विचारून जाऊ ना. तो टीचर म्हणून माझा इगो जो वाढतो ना, त्या इगो मध्ये माझ्या स्टुडंटने उभं राहून आय डोंट अग्री विथ यू असं म्हणणं म्हणजे किती कठीण आहे. हो, इट इज व्हेरी डिफिकल्ट. आपला स्टुडंट आपल्याला म्हणू शकला पाहिजे आय डोंट अग्री विथ यू. आणि मग तिथे ते डिस्कशन करण्याच्या लेवलला तुम्हाला मला येता आलं पाहिजे. त्याचं देखील एक वेगळं मत असू शकतं. फक्त मी शिकवून मोकळं करीन, फक्त मला जे येते ते सांगून मोकळं करीन, त्याला काय वाटते? Time has come to understand that kind of scenario where students are also actively participating in social structures and they do hold a very strong and a very positive opinion about the things. My question is that whether we are ready to accept those others' opinion. दुसऱ्यांचे मत ऐकून घेण्याची फ्लेक्झिबिलिटी माझ्याकडे कशी निर्माण होईल, ती निर्माण होण्याचा माझा मार्ग हाच आहे की जेव्हा आम्ही असे इन्क्लुझिव्ह हातात हात धरून काम करायला लागू, लँग्वेजेसचे सगळे जण एकत्रित बसू. मग काय हिंदीचे काव्य आहे सर, कठीण वाटते. मी संस्कृत घेतलं होतं, हिंदी लिटरेचरचा संबंधच नाही. माझी पत्नी हिंदी लँग्वेज शाळेमध्ये शिकवण्यासाठी म्हणून तिचं पुस्तक जेव्हा पाहिलं आणि त्याच्यामधलं हिंदी साहित्यातल्या त्या कविता पाहिल्यानंतर असं वाटलं की अरे किती वंचित राहिलो आपण या गोष्टीपासून, की किती उच्च दर्जाचं हिंदी साहित्य हे आपल्या देशामध्ये अजूनही आहे. पण माझ्यासारखा एखादा विद्यार्थी ज्यांनी संस्कृत घेऊन आपलं 10वी पूर्ण केलं, त्यानंतर त्यांनी सायन्स घेतलं आणि त्यानंतर MA इंग्लिश केलं, ज्याच्या आयुष्यामध्ये हिंदी साहित्य अभ्यासक्रमामध्ये आलंच नाही, त्यांनी काय करायचं? तो दूर राहिला ना त्याच्यापासून. सर तुमचं मनापासून अभिनंदन, कारण अशा ह्या कॉन्फरन्सेस आता तुम्ही घ्या. वेगवेगळे लँग्वेजेस एकत्रित आणू, वेगवेगळे लँग्वेजेस सोबत आणू आपण, आणि अशा सोबत आणून लँग्वेजेसच्या माध्यमातून अल्टिमेटली लिटरेचरच्या माध्यमातून आपण या समाजाला दिशादर्शन करण्याचं काम केलं पाहिजे. असं मी म्हणल्यानंतर अनेक ठिकाणी कुजबुजलेल्या स्वरूपात असं सांगितलं जातं की हे फार आयडियल बोलतात. नो, हे आयडियल नव्हे. कारण नॅशनल एज्युकेशन पॉलिसीचा जेव्हा ड्राफ्ट आला होता तेव्हा त्याच्यावरच्या जेव्हा कमेंट्स आल्या अनेक लोकांच्या, वन कमेंट बाय अ व्हेरी ग्रेट मॅन बट नॉट बिलॉंग टू एज्युकेशन सिस्टीम हॅज सरप्राइज्ड मी. And that was an article published in Times of India by a man, his name is known to everybody, his name is Chetan Bhagat. Chetan Bhagat wrote an article about national education policy where he wrote, and I quote, "This is one of the most sensible and society oriented document published by a government ever." शासनाने पब्लिश केलेल्या डॉक्युमेंटमध्ये सेन्सिबिलिटी असणारं हे डॉक्युमेंट आहे, असं चेतन भगतनी मोठं आर्टिकल लिहिलेलं टाइम्स ऑफ इंडियाला अवेलेबल आहे, वाचून बघा. एव्हरी वर्ड त्या आर्टिकलचा हे सांगतो की हे कसं सुंदर डॉक्युमेंट आहे, की त्या डॉक्युमेंटच्या माध्यमातून लँग्वेजेस आणि एकंदरच विद्यार्थ्यांचा विकास कसा होऊ शकतो. या पॉलिसी मधल्या अनेक धोरणांना या कॉन्फरन्सच्या माध्यमातून सक्सेसफुली इम्प्लिमेंट होताना सर बघताना अतिशय आनंद होतोय. अँड दॅट इज वाय आय कॉंग्रॅच्युलेट यू नॉट ॲज माय फ्रेंड बट ॲज अ लीडर ऑफ दिस ग्रेट टीम. You are really a great leader to bring forth all these ideas together. I wish you all the best for bringing such ideas in future also. Let us think, let us consider that these are the opportunities by which, मी असं म्हणताना मला चुकीचं वाटतं कधी कधी, पण ते खरं आहे. These ideas and such ventures will bring the lost glory of the teaching profession back to its own version. आर्य चाणक्य म्हणत होता, शिक्षक कभी साधारण नहीं होता, प्रलय और निर्माण उसकी गोद में पलते हैं. तुमच्या माझ्या मागे किती समाज आहे सध्या? तुमच्या माझ्या शिक्षणाचा विचार केला जातो, तुमच्या माझ्या शिकवण्याचा विचार केला जातो, समाजामध्ये तुमच्या माझ्या पगाराचा विचार केला जातो फक्त. We have to come forward and we have to take our ideas and all these thoughts to the society so that one day again society will understand the importance that teachers are guru. समाजाला दिशादर्शन करण्याचं काम तुमचं माझं आहे सर, आणि ते आपण करूयात. त्यासाठी असणारी जी प्रतिष्ठा आहे ना, त्या प्रतिष्ठेवर पोहोचण्यासाठी तुम्हाला मला अशा सगळ्या व्यवस्थांमधून, आपल्या ठराविक चौकटींमधून, आपल्या सिलेबसच्या त्या चौकटींमधून, डायरीमध्ये लिहून प्राचार्यांच्या सही घेण्याच्या प्रक्रियेमधून बाहेर निघून कुठेतरी भिडावं लागेल ना समाजाशी. कुठंतरी जावं लागेल, त्याच्याशी पाहावं लागेल आणि मग त्या पोराला सांगावं लागेल तुझ्या ज्या वेदना व्यथा आहेत ना, तुझ्या ज्या वेदना व्यथा आहेत ना, त्या या पेपरमध्ये किंवा या पुस्तकात दिसतात, बघ जोडून पहा. तुझ्या व्यथा वेदना मांडणारा कुणीतरी आहे, असं जेव्हा त्याला वाटायला लागेल तेव्हा तो त्या टीचरशी मोठ्या कंपॅशनेटली बोलायला लागेल. नाही तर तो मान टाकून बसलेला असतो सर, तो त्याच्या वर्गामध्ये डेस्कवर मान ठेवून बसलेला असतो, पण माझ्या लक्षातच येत नाही की त्याला काहीतरी दुखतंय, त्याचं मन दुखतंय त्याचं, तो माझ्याकडे आला पाहिजे. आणि मला असं वाटतं हे काम कुठल्याही विषयाचा अनादर न करता मी हे अत्यंत अभिमानाने सांगू शकतो, माणसाशी जोडणारं साहित्य अभ्यासणारे साहित्याचे शिक्षकच जास्त प्रभावी करू शकतात. हे निश्चित करूयात आपण. सो दॅट इज वाय आय कॉंग्रॅच्युलेट युअर टीम फॉर धिस व्हेंचर. अँड अशा पद्धतीचे अनेक नवीन नवीन उपक्रम नॅशनल एज्युकेशन पॉलिसीच्या माध्यमातून आपण निश्चित करावे. नॅकच्या साठी जेव्हा आपण जातो तेव्हा प्रिपेअर्डनेस फॉर एनईपी असा नवीन प्रश्न ऍड केलेला आहे. मला असं वाटतं त्या सगळ्या प्रश्नांच्या उत्तरामध्ये हे कॉलेज आणि यांची टीम निश्चितपणे खरी उतरलेली आहे. त्याबद्दल त्यांचं मनापासून अभिनंदन करतो आणि शब्दांना विराम देतो. धन्यवाद.
थँक्यू सर. साहित्य आणि शिक्षकाचा समाज म्हणून यावर आपण व्यक्त केलेले विचार अविस्मरणीय आहेत. थँक्यू फॉर युअर इन्स्पायरिंग गायडन्स. Now I request Honorable Dr. Taratai Hathwani for her presidential remark. Taratai Hathwani.
A very good evening to everyone. I am here to conclude the day-long international conference on language and literature, a form of social discourse. Today, for the entire day, all the experts and resource persons, along with their delegates, have focused on various aspects of this theme and sub-theme. All the papers and talks were resourceful and well studied. Hence, I feel a little challenging to stand here to speak on this issue, but I will try to put my simple thoughts in front of you. The first thought that struck to my mind is that when we say that language is medium of social discourse, what is the origin of this? When this question struck to my mind, I started to thinking over it, and I feel that when every child takes birth, it does not know anything except crying. Right from day one, all the voices, sounds he listened to from his mother, family, friends, neighborhood, and school, and immediately society. His expressions are developed and his language get formed. Its language is developed by listening, reading, writing, speaking, initiating, and experiences. It gets better day by day. All the person is aware, initiating, and inclined towards expressing himself powerfully. His language and his social expression becomes more powerful, and this requires a good amount of reading, writing, speaking, and listening. While he does this, he also develops a bent of mind to differentiate good from the evil and right from the wrong. I feel what I want to say, you must have understood by now. All the people who have participated in this conference are students and experts of language, whereas I am a simple housemaker. Hence, I feel thankful
towards all of you for listening to my thoughts. This topic requires in-depth reflection and meditation. I feel all of you must have started your journey towards this topic from today's conference, and you will continue to study and research on this topic in the coming future. With this hope, I hereby declare that this valedictory function of this one-day international conference is over. I congratulate all of you for participating actively and wish you all the very best for your future research careers. And now I hand over the charge to the organizer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rarate. Gratitude is one of the greatest virtues, and to express that gratitude, I invite convener of this conference, Professor Dimple Mapariman.
A very warm good evening to the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and delegates. As the famous saying goes, nothing has such power to broaden the mind as the ability to investigate systematically and truly all that comes under thy observation in life. On behalf of the organizing committee, rather I would say team, I am standing here to propose the vote of thanks for this one-day international conference and its successful organization. I express our gratitude towards the President of the inaugural session, Honorable Secretary, Shikshan Prasarak Mandal Akola, Shri Gopalji Khandelwal, for his support and guidance in every endeavor. I also express our sincere gratitude towards the inaugural guest, Honorable Dr. Thorat sir, for joining us here in inaugurating the conference. I also express our heartfelt thanks to today's keynote speaker, Honorable Dr. Rahul Kamble sir, for accepting our invitation and coming down from Hyderabad for delivering the keynote. Thank you so much, sir. I wish to express my sincere gratitude towards the invited speakers of the sessions, Honorable Ms. Wangmo Madam from Bhutan, Honorable Masha Ma'am from Iraq, Honorable Sudhir Nikam sir from Mumbai, for sharing their valuable knowledge and delivering cerebral talks. Thank you. I extend our heartfelt thanks to the chairpersons of the sessions, Honorable Dr. Jagruti Vyas Ma'am, Honorable Avinash Mohri sir, Honorable Sandeep Joshi sir, for coming down from Amravati, inviting our accepting our invitation and delivering nice chairman's remarks. Thank you so much, sir. I take this opportunity to thank the President of this valedictory session, Honorable Dr. Taratai Hatwalne, President of our parent society, Shikshan Prasarak Mandal Akola, for her interest and support in the organization of this conference throughout. I thank Honorable Moril sir once again for gracing the occasion as the valedictory guest and inspiring us through his talk and through his words. Our thanks are also due to all the honorable members of the management for their continuous encouragement. I thank the principal of our college and the chief organizer of this conference, Honorable Dr. J.M. Sabu sir, for his incessant support and inspiration. I also express my heartfelt thanks to the publishers of the journals, Dr. Prashant Mothek, Chief Editor of Language Journal, and Dr. Virag Gavande, Chief Editor of the journal Be Aadhar. I would also like to extend our thanks to the IQAC Coordinator, Dr. Rohan Shirsat sir, for helping us in actualizing and materializing this conference, even in the month of April. I also express our sincere thanks towards all the faculty members of languages, Dr. Nagare sir, Dr. Sakalkar madam, and Dr. Kakade sir, who have helped us a lot. I especially thank the technical team, as Honorable Moril sir has very well said, that there wasn't a single hiccup, there wasn't a single technical glitch in the entire day. So I would like to thank all the members, coordinators and supporters of this technical team for their continuous patience and efforts. Thank you so much. I thank all the organizing committee coordinators and their members for their wholehearted support in every committee that they have chaired, coordinated, or
worked in. Thank you so much. I would like to also thank those delegates from across the globe who have sent their work, academic work, research work in the form of papers and presented their papers today via online mode. Thank you so much. I would also like to thank all the teaching and non-teaching members of our college for their continuous help in organizing this conference. Any program of this kind needs hundreds of helping hands, and we are fortunate to have them. I thank all those who have helped and supported us. Here I am standing on behalf of the entire team, Honorable Sabu Sir, Dr. Pote Sir, my colleague, the treasurer of the conference, Assistant Professor Aditi Mankar Madam, and myself. I once again thank each and everyone who has helped in making this conference a success and helped us. Our PG students are also sitting behind. Thank you so much for staying so late, and our research scholars are also there who have contributed. Thank you so much once again. And with the permission of the chair, I would conclude this conference and would request you all to kindly stand for the national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे